All right, what's up, everyone? I hope you're doing well. It's been like, I don't know, at least a month since I've streamed. Probably closer to 2, I think. I don't know. It's been a while. If you haven't heard or haven't seen, I was working on a game with a bunch of other people the last few months, Vine Realms, which is out. You can go play it. Itch.io is where it lives. Yeah, it's my monthly stream. I wanted to do a stream just while it was still fresh in my head, right? Just going through and talking about some of the production of the game, like how we actually made it, how we organized it, what different people did, and how we put it together, and some of the stuff that I worked on and some of my thoughts and feelings. I think in the dev biz, they call it a post-mortem, but I think usually you wait a long time to do a post-mortem. I don't think you do it like immediately after you launch the game. But it's okay. It doesn't matter that much. So I'm going to be talking. I made a whole list. I almost did like a PowerPoint presentation for this, but I thought that would be kind of boring. So instead I planned even less and just wrote it out in text, and I'm going to read it. I'm going to show you some cool stuff. I have a lot of like screenshots from in development. I have early builds of the game that I'm going to show, and stuff like that. And if you have questions, I can answer questions. I was going to leave like time at the end specifically for questions and answers, but you can ask them when you got them. I know there are a lot of people who worked on the game who are here who could probably also help answer questions and chat. So yeah, there's a lot to cover. Where's the last Crossroads emote? That's a secret. We'll actually get to that at some point here. This is kind of going to be a sloppy stream setup here. Let's see. Let's go. Let's pop over here. This is my awesome graphic that I didn't make. This was Scoot and Zenny made the logo. Oh, let me turn the music down just a little bit so it's nice and in the background. And we'll get started talking about some stuff. So let me get this up here, my all-important document. For those of you, I've talked about it on Twitter. I'm sure a lot of people have seen, but for the most part, the main things that I did on the game was I helped manage production, I guess, to make sure that things got done and that things were organized and that we could actually make a game over Discord, which, let me tell you, is no easy feat. And on top of that, I did a bunch of the level design, and I did like one song and some sound effects stuff. I touched. My fingers were all over this bad boy, for better or worse. So let's talk about in the beginning. I don't have an image for this, so you're just gonna have to make one up in your head. I will show you something fun though. So originally, when we started organizing for the charity event, we knew we were going to do something similar to either an ARG or a game or something like that, like we had done in previous years. And there were ideas already out on the table that I know, like Mono and Bark were like the initial leads on the whole game. And the first month or so was a lot of coming up with the concept, and there was some stuff already in place. The original idea for the community game was it was always going to be multiplayer, was something that was always wanted in the game. It was always going to be somewhat of a walking simulator where you walk around and explore. The very first idea for the game that Mono had pitched was doing it as, I don't want to spoil, maybe we might do this another year, but the original idea was to have it be like a community built game, meaning that we'd post some sort of website or submission form where we actually asked people to It was originally going to be single player, but Neri said he was up for doing multiplayer, so we went with it. See, early on, I wasn't very involved, so I'm lacking critical information here. Gotta get my spicy water here. Prepare for a stream of just me rambling for a while. But the idea was that we were gonna get users to submit content, and then we were gonna make like almost like a virtual museum, like, or an environment where you could walk around and look at the different things that people submitted. And early on, I brought up, probably much to the chagrin of Mono, that that was going to be really hard to do. Like, number one, how do you keep it still kind of a secret, but also ask people for assets? How do you standardize and maintain those assets? How do you set a good deadline so that you can actually build the game around those assets? How, you know, what happens if only like 10 or 12 people submit stuff? Like, how do you build a game out of that? How are you gonna, like, how do you fill out the world if the community participation is kind of lacking? So early on, I suggested, you know, looking into possible alternatives other than the community submitted stuff. Early on in development, I know Bark worked with Neri to make some basic stuff in Unity, a camera controller, a player controller, things like that, just to be able to run around and test things and be able to see things. I'm actually going to show you right now. This is a little bit of a later build than what I'm talking about right now, but it's still worth showing, I think. Let me go ahead and close this out, and then I'm gonna show my monitor. Don't look at it. Behind the scenes can go away. So let me find it here. The disorganized stream. Let's see. I gotta open a new folder. Fuck it. All right, let's go. I organized this stuff and now it's out of order because I'm cool like that. That's a sick background. I made it using Fractal software. Let's see. I think this is the one that I want. Let me pause the music really quick. Oh my gosh. Computer. I need like more than 3 monitors right now for this stream. I believe, yeah, this is the one I want. So this is one of the earliest builds that Neri actually put together. We're going to do host, server, and client. And this was Neri's little dev playground for the first few months, I would say. He probably has a better idea of how much this was put together. So there were a few test things. Bark imported the model of the original Scumsoft offices from last year's Bullet Sponge into the game as just a way to like get player scale and stuff like that. Some of the things you can notice, first off, the movement speed is slower. The graphic for when you run is different. The camera is totally different at this point. And you don't move faster when you jump. In this early test, though, you could talk to NPCs. I don't know why there's no sound. Hold on. Give me a sec here. Computer, please. Oh, I have it muted, that's why. So we already had the market theme was in. Base had already made the market theme, which was very cool. And you could run around, you could talk to Sans. Oh wait, shit. My bad. So you could talk to Sans. He was good. It was a test of both dialogue and audio. You could talk to the little vine toad guy here. So he'd turn to face you when you talk to him also. This was a test of doing an animated avatar. This is Scoot's Crossroads Frog. Izzy also did the original Vine Toad art. I'll talk more about some of the NPCs and like the avatars and how we got to them. This was just to test like some lighting stuff, I believe. This was originally the avatar picker, so you'd like, there were a bunch of these, you'd walk in and you'd get to pick up an avatar. You can see in the distance something weird looking. I'm not talking about the meat over there. I'm talking about Tree World over there. This was all Nary at this point too, for the most part. I mean, Bark, and obviously, you know, the art, we had different artists were already contributing at this point, but this was still very early stages. So Tree World, this was the first test for the system we used, which was called like additive scenes, which basically means in Unity, Nary could explain it better than me, but in Unity, there's one primary scene, at least the way we did it, there's one primary scene that holds all of the different levels and stuff like that, and they're all placed in world space. But the player can't actually see the other levels, even though that they're there. And basically, the way additive scene works is when you teleport to a new area, it loads in what you need for that specific scene. And then, excuse me. So that's mostly what was in this little dev build, was just testing out movement, camera controller, teleports to local areas and teleports to other scenes, and testing music and dialogue. So it was pretty simple. And this was, Nary, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this build was probably like the end of April, beginning of May, I'd say. Somewhere around there. So there'd been a couple of months of like concept development, like people doing concept art, talking about like what the world could potentially look like, what kind of characters there could be, some like loose gameplay ideas. And this was kind of like our, no, there's no emote menu. Yeah, this was like this was right around when I joined the project. So I wanted to show this build for context. The quit button actually works on this one, which is impressive. So let me hide this again. So end of March, more like early April. Okay, so I do have another build that is probably the one that's closer to when I first hopped on the project, which is this one, I believe. No music. I think this was the first time you were testing Cinema Machine. Changing the camera system so that we could have like smoother pans and stuff like that. I'm going to show more of this build later. But this is, yeah, I had already been working for a couple of weeks on the project at this point. So we'll get back to this build in a second. I wasn't even showing it on the screen, was I? Great. Yeah, we'll get back to that one. It's okay. You didn't see it. You don't need to see it. It's fine. So let's see. So early on, basically around the end of April, the beginning of May, I had been working primarily on stuff for the event as a whole in terms of operations, like doing scheduling stuff, organizing volunteers, things like that. Nothing really related to the game. Honestly, when we started, I didn't think I'd be able to have the time to get very involved with it. But there was a point in time around the end of April where I was checking in on different departments and seeing where stuff was at. And I was a little bit, I don't want to say concerned, because I know that obviously everyone involved was capable of putting together something amazing. My concern wasn't with any of the people working on it. My concern was that there wasn't a level of organization and communication that was needed to actually put together what people wanted to do, and I wanted to try and make sure that happened. So we had like 2 big meetings around the end of April, beginning of May. And the first one, I talked to Mono and Bark and everyone else, and I said, let's have a design document put together that has all of the regions that you have ideas for. At this point, it was decided we need to just make something with the volunteers and the people that we have, and it's going to similar concept, walking sim, but we'll put NPCs in there. Maybe we'll have a few collectibles, and you'll just be able to explore a few different regions and see some funny memes, pretty much. So around that time, I asked for a design document kind of outlining different potential areas and different potential like memes, references, points of interest was kind of a big thing. And around this time also, I asked Agent Red Jackal, to join the team. She originally wasn't part of the Vinesauce's Hope volunteer team, and I knew she had a lot of experience making fan games, specifically Vinesauce fan games, and I thought, we need more people on this team who have at least a little bit more experience with putting together a game or a mod, and someone who knows a lot of the funny references and memes and stuff like that. We talked about it in a couple other places. I think it's mentioned in the README for the game, but when this project started, none of us had experience with Unity. I think Mono had messed around in Unity a little bit, and Bark had a little bit too, but none of us had actually made a game or even a complete demo, I'd say, in Unity. I could be wrong. I think Bark and Mono might have had a little bit more experience, but as for the rest of us, we really didn't know what we were jumping into. So I wanted to try and get as many people that could help put it together as possible. So that's why I asked Jackal to help out, which I very much appreciate. I think she was planning on doing her own little Mono worked on game projects in Unity before, one that shipped but didn't do any programming, just importing assets and stuff. Okay. So I think if she hadn't gotten involved, she was planning on doing her own little mod or fan game for the charity event. But I'm happy that she was able to join. And then the first thing was figuring out how to organize people, right? So the one of the tough parts, I'm gonna switch my monitor capture here. This is Unity. We'll get to Unity later, but I want to show some screenshots here. This is very organized stream. So Discord is good for just chatting and hanging out and talking to friends. It's not good for project management at all. It's very hard. You're limited by your number of pins. Pins are in weird, an obscure location. There are a lot of things Discord isn't conducive to in terms of organization, especially bigger projects. This is a cropped and shrunk screenshot of another tool that we used I think became very effective. This is Trello. Trello is a free tool for project management. It uses this card system. There's an actual name for it. I don't know the actual name for it off the top of my head, but basically it allows you to make categories, place cards in categories, add things like checklists to them, attach images, attach different things. This is, excuse me, a screenshot of what our Trello looked pretty much like the week before release. had gone a few originally when we started with Trello, it was organizing like things by what needed to get done. And then towards the end, it got reorganized for like QA and bug fixing. And yeah, I think it was a lot of people's first time using Trello. It's a good tool. It has its own problems. But the actual management of it, so you can't really see because it's shrunk down, but like one category is like general stuff that people anyone could help out with and work on. One category, this one was our bug, like general bugs, like overall engine bugs or like major bugs. And then all of these are for like the different regions, so we had region specific things. And then we had, this was our complete category. So originally we needed something, we needed a way to organize what people were working on and making sure that people didn't, step over each other's toes and that things were getting done by different people. And then we also used Google Drive. So Google Drive was where we kept a lot of assets at different times before they got pulled into Unity. And then a big part of that early creation phase. Let me make sure that you guys are seeing the right thing here on OBS. Where'd you go? Yeah, there you are. So this was Mono's original doc that he put together with Jackal about world building, and it spec'd out a few things in terms of like assets and stuff like that. And then some of it I ended up changing dramatically, and that was mostly my fault because, I may have gone a little too far in a few places. Mono made a lot of different docs early on, things with references, things with inspiration stuff, ideas for different like memes and stuff like that. But this was our original layout for what the world was going to be. So you had the hub, which was the crossroads, which originally was just going to be kind of like an open area with tunnels that led to all of the different stuff. And then all of these regions are in the game: Vine Toad Kingdom, Forgotten Forest, Cave of the Cursed, OC, and the Psychedelic Swamp. Those were like the original zones that were planned. And you can see there are a lot of things in here that got in here and a lot of things that never made it into the game, either because it didn't make sense to put them in the game, or they kind of just fell between the cracks, or it was something that was like too much of a direct reference to feel safe doing. So like, for example, in the Vine Toad Kingdom, we're going to have a hidden gnome, the Mother 3 crying mailbox, bloodstained corruption sword, the cow space program Skyrim reference. Our original idea was that we make each zone have a general idea for what the zone was, and then in each zone we'd put a few different points of interest that we could put kind of our different like references or our different NPCs in. So this was the doc that we kind of started with when we had our first big meeting. And after that big meeting, the main thing to me was deciding who is able to do what and what their skill level is at it, and how fast they could get it done, what their interest was in getting those things done. And, finding out what we had and what we didn't had. We had a lot of people who were potentially available to help work on the game. Early on, like the first couple of months, there were only like, I'd say 6 people that were 100% dedicated to the game. And then as we went on, I kind of reached out and was like, hey, if you're an artist here and you're not doing anything, why don't you come help us with the game? If you're, a moderator, or you're part of social media or one of these other teams that doesn't have a lot to do right now, why don't you come help us with dialogue or give us some ideas for different things? So really that first meeting, which was kind of like end of April, beginning of May, was about figuring out who could do what and who was going to do what. And the thing is when you do that, you always have to assume that for everybody who signs up, at least like half of those people either aren't gonna be able to do something that they might have interest in. Either it's, you know, beyond what they feel comfortable doing, or they get roped into other projects and things like that, and they don't feel like they have the time to help out and stuff like that. But part of it is just fine. Are we planning on releasing the soundtrack? Yeah, it's on YouTube right now. Actually, it's playing from YouTube. But that's the thing, is like, especially when you're organizing a project with volunteers, like I'm used to organizing big projects with a lot of people who are employees. And I feel bad saying this, but to some degree it's true. You can be a little bit more strict and demanding when you're working with people who are getting paid to do the job. When you're talking about people who are volunteers and are just there because they want to contribute something, you can't be an asshole manager. You can't like rag on people, and you can't be like, I needed you to do this and you're not doing it. You know, I'd say to an extent it's more acceptable in professional culture, because I mean, people get paid to do a job. If they can't do the job they're paid to do, then, you know, that's an issue. But when it comes to volunteering, you know, I never wanted to put too much pressure on anybody, and I never wanted to make anybody feel like their contributions weren't worthwhile, or that, you know, that they were you know, that they wouldn't be able to contribute to the project in a meaningful way. Let me hide this really quick while I move on here. But the big thing is we had strengths and we had weaknesses. Our strengths were that we had a lot of people, we had a lot of artists, and we didn't have a lot of Unity experience. Mono had some experience. Neri had coding experience previously. Oh, I gotta turn this song up. Hold on. Why Unity and not Source? That's a funny question. So the basically at that point when we had that meeting, it was like, how do we build the game around what we actually have and what we don't have? All right, take it easy, Izzy. Thanks for watching for a bit. Sleep well. I'll be uploading this to YouTube later as well. So even though we didn't have, at the time, a lot of artists hadn't joined, I knew that we'd be able to get more people. We had more people working in the charity event this year than any year before. And so I knew that there would be people with downtime, and that they'd, you know, when it comes to volunteers, it's important to communicate directly to people. Hey, here's a thing I need done. I need you to do it. You have the skills to do it. Anybody who has the skills to do it can help out. Versus expecting people to come to you looking for something to do. When it comes to a non-full-time, not paid, and when it's not your job, when it's a volunteer thing, people need that direct interaction and that direct communication to be able to get to a point where things are getting done in a meaningful way. So the original idea of simple walking simulator, fun stuff to look at. We talked about gameplay around this point. Simple multiplayer, you could see other players. Any type of interaction would be very limited. There would be no names, no chat. The idea of using emotes was pretty established early on. And we said, okay, we'll have a limited number of NPCs that are like references. You can talk to them. The emote collection, you know, what are we going to do with emotes? You can show them to other people. Maybe there was an idea we tossed around, or I tossed around, that was like, you could throw emotes at other players, like they'd be physics objects or something like that. So you could just throw emotes at people. I don't know why I thought of that. And then the avatar collection was something that we decided on pretty early. Let me find my folder here really quick, because I want to show one of the earliest things that got fleshed out. Izzy just went to bed while I'm about to show her stuff. So one of the early things that Izzy started doing after she did the adventurer drawing, the idea was okay, well, it's going to be a fantasy game. Why don't we have like different character classes, and people will be able to unlock these different character classes, and they'll be able to play as these different character classes. I can actually zoom this in a bit. So one of the earliest things was like, yeah, okay, we'll have some different NPCs or characters that people will play as, and this was like the original 7. And also during these meetings, we bounced around ideas in terms of gameplay of, well, maybe we could have different quests related to different streamers. So like the idea came because I had an idea of like, okay, well, Desert P, maybe you have to go and find like little hidden pagodas in each of the areas. And then, for Zot, you have to, you have to find a bunch of bones and bury them in the Forgotten Forest. And, I think we had a few others, like Fred, there was going to be a dragon that you had to help. And, we're thinking, okay, maybe we could do like quests or something like that. And I think we tossed that idea pretty early because of coming up with them, and also more of a focus than like gameplay at this point in time was actually producing something. So the original around this meeting was when I asked, okay, who wants to even try making a level in Unity? I'll put together a pack of free assets. You can open up Unity, just put together a scene. Don't worry about it being too playable or anything like that. Just, see if you can throw together some stuff and organize something. And we'll see a couple weeks from now where everyone is at and, what people are going to do. And that was when we had 6 regions originally: the Crossroads, Vine Toad Kingdom, the Forgotten Forest, the Cave, OC, and the Psychedelic Swamp. And it was basically, try putting something together. If you have ideas for your own region, just start that, and we'll see where we're at. And then my idea was, in a couple of weeks, based on what people had been able to put together, I was going to assign different people to the different regions that we had decided on. Once we got 2 weeks later, it turned out that people had already started making areas that we hadn't thought of that were good. Like, we didn't want to throw them away. Around this time too, I guess I can show the other build right now. I'm being pretty bad about showing my screenshots and my different builds and stuff like that. I apologize. Let's see. Where is it? So, yo, what's up, Dragon? Let's bounce over back to here. You'll see my long dock for a second. So this was early on, like within that first week, when I threw together a bunch of free assets at the time. The idea was just to like get people working in Unity, so that we were at least like producing something. And in those first couple of weeks, one of the things that I did was I threw together a few like random test scenes, just so we could test out more of the additive scene stuff, test out like, what does it look like if we build something with free assets or whatever. So this is one of the first scenes that I actually made, using a bunch of free assets from itch.io. Some of these assets are in the final game. If you check the attributions page, or the attributions text file that comes with the game, you can see which stuff. Yeah, it's not running at 60 FPS because at this point in time there's no occlusion, and I'm running the server locally. So basically it's rendering a ton of stuff that it shouldn't be. And yeah, the FPS is a little jank. I mean, this is a test, and the camera has like intense smoothing on it. But this was also a chance for me to learn, like, so my experience with game design is I originally went to college for computer science, and I did like a special game design program, and I did an internship at a company locally to me, and I helped work on DLC for Neverwinter Nights 2. And basically I just used their editor, and like, you know, I placed objects, I placed lights, I did a few like basic things. And pretty soon after I did that internship, I was like, maybe working in game dev isn't for me, because I didn't really like the environment. I didn't like how it seemed like, even with doing an internship, that I needed to have like years of experience before I could get a job. And I figured I'll just use the coding stuff that I learned in school. And it was like, I did coding. This is how long ago this was. I did ActionScript programming for websites. Like, oh God, how long ago was that now? 13 years ago, 14 years ago. And I just didn't like working in an office environment. And that's around when I decided to start working as a chef. I just was like, I need to do something completely different. I don't like being in an office. I don't like, you know, sitting there and working. So yeah, this was my first test region. There were some huge mistakes I made. Like, this has like an 8K texture on it or something. I remember I sent this scene to Neri, and it was like hundreds of megabytes. And I was like, why is it so big? Everything's low res. It shouldn't be big. And how early was the music made? Some of it was done very early. This is not in the final game. I don't think even the asset or the scene for it is anywhere in the old files. So that was one of the first things that I made. And then I made this little temple scene, which is not lighting correctly. I have screenshots where it is lit correctly. This was when we were still learning how to properly render the lighting settings for like the different regions. So this area is supposed to be a lot darker and stuff like that. I actually made this to test like dynamic lights and post-processing like bloom on these mushrooms, and learning about how like emission worked. I think it's this one shroom. Maybe it's not even this one. I don't think it's in this version. Learning how to properly use emission to like cast lights on static objects in the scene, and learning that they wouldn't cast on dynamic objects like the character. And also I was testing and learning how to use particle effects in the particle system in Unity. And you can see I forgot to turn off shadow rendering on these torches, which is very cool. Some of these assets are in the final game. Part of this like temple looking thing was used to make up the pizza place, and parts of the vapor zone. I know this coral oh my gosh. The like coral and some of the like rock things ended up getting used for like OC has that coral outside of it. But yeah, it was really early on. I was trying to do a few things. I was trying to like not only learn, but I was trying to help out Neri by adding like some more things that he could test within his scene. Other scenes that we could load into and see what performance was like once we started adding multiple locations and stuff like that. And also I was trying to motivate other people who were interested in helping out in Unity. I was trying early on to post, you know, hey, look, you know, you could throw together something pretty quick with you know, some assets, and it's not that big of a deal. I really wanted to get people on the train of thought that, you know, they could do it too. That it wasn't, you know, that I hadn't touched Unity ever. I wouldn't say it's easy. I mean, there's definitely a learning curve, but excuse me. I definitely think to an extent just putting together whoa. Spicy water. I think that putting together, if you have a bunch of assets, whether you buy them or someone makes them for you, and you have the editor, putting together just a level, I mean, it's its own skill set, but I think it's one of the easier things to do when compared to like making assets from scratch, compared to, you know, doing the coding and scripting of the game and stuff like that. I think actually building the levels is a little bit easier. Yeah, pretty much all of the models that were made in Blender. So originally, early on, I think that there were some people that I think the idea of saying that, look, we need to license some assets. We need to. Oh yeah, Jackal used milkshape. I forgot about that. Yeah, everyone has their different skill sets. For some people, the coding part is way easier. For some people, building a level that feels good to walk around in and explore is easier. For some people, modeling stuff in 3D is easier. It all depends on the person and their skill set. But the other thing was I wanted to try and get people out of their comfort zone a little bit and try things they hadn't done before. But it was around this time when I was giving people free assets and stuff like that, that I was like, you know, we are going to need to license some stuff for this game. Otherwise, we aren't going to be able to do all of these regions and make it as big and as cool as it can possibly be. Especially, you know, if you think about the pipeline for making a game, if a level designer needs to wait for assets to design their level, then that, yeah, you know, you can block things out with, you know, simple geometry, but there's still a lot of work going into, you know, replacing all of that with finalized assets. So I think that some people were concerned that if we licensed stuff and used it, the game would look too much like an asset flip, and we'd have mismatched, you know, some things would be higher detail and some things wouldn't. And I think that is in the game to an extent. To an extent. But I think that our setting and the way we did our characters and our art actually kind of worked within the world to an extent. Like, yeah, the caves were way higher resolution assets than pretty much everything else in the game. But, and early on, they didn't fit in the game at all. But over time, like, those kinds of things came together. And I really, if we had relied on 100% on assets that we all made as a team, as ourselves, I think it probably would have been like half the size or less. And that would have been fine. I think that we could have made a game with 100% like homegrown and like some free low poly stuff. The budget, the budget, quote unquote, the budget for the game was kind of non-existent. The few things that we did actually like pay for in terms of licensing came from volunteers paying for it. It wasn't the organization paying for it. I wanted to be clear. It says that in the manual. I wanted to be clear about that just so that people don't think, oh, I'm donating money to Variety is Hope and they're just like making games with it or something. This was funded by volunteers and by people who were like passionate on it. Granted, our budget, I think, was maybe a few $100s, maybe a little bit more. The only reason we were able to do server hosting, I was considering paying for it out of pocket originally, but we got a nonprofit sponsorship from Microsoft for Azure. A lot of the big cloud hosting companies like Amazon and AWS and Microsoft, if you are a nonprofit organization, you can sign up and, you know, give them a bunch of information, and if you qualify, they'll give you a grant. So we were able to get a grant to be able to host our servers. So that was very cool. But the budget that we did have, I think mainly either went into like utilities that we needed to use, or it went into some assets. And I'm going to say right now that the levels that I made and the assets that I used, I think are probably the weakest part of the game in terms of like its setting and environment. I think it's very obvious. Maybe it's just obvious to me because I worked on the game, but it's very obvious to me that the places that use stuff that people made from scratch feel much more intentional. So yeah, that was kind of the initial like push was, let's build some levels, let's see what people can put together, let's decide what our final things are. So like the vapor zone, this some kind of spoilers if you haven't played the game, but I guess not too much. But the vapor zone, the alien ship, the pizzeria, the entire desert zone were not part of the original design doc. And those kind of came out of, hey, here are assets, go make something cool. And when people went and made something cool, it was like, okay, well, that should be in the game. Let's add that. We should have a vapor zone. We should have an alien ship. We should have a pizza place. We should have like this desert region. Why not? So there were a couple ideas for regions that got cut. There was an idea for a corruption realm that was going to be like real-time corruptor messing with Unity, like the stuff in the game, but that was going to pull a lot of Neri's time away, and Neri was very focused on, making the game actually work. Ooh, excuse me. And there was also, we bounced out around an idea for like a Mother 3 realm that would have like Tane Island, which was kind of like, the psychedelic like trip area, and possibly having an area like a connecting zone that had like the field of sunflowers. A lot of those ideas kind of got rolled into other zones, like a lot of the ideas, so like, yeah, they kind of, we couldn't really do them, but we found ways to kind of make them work within the other zones. So basically, after we kind of started getting that rolling, I took that original design document and I kind of digested it into more usable lists and like Google spreadsheets of, okay, here are all the ideas for characters, and here are all the ideas for regions. Here are all the people who are going to be able to do 2D stuff. Here are all the people who can do 3D. Here are the people who can make a level in Unity. And then let's convert that into tasks on Trello. So our original count on my original spreadsheet for characters was 35, which if you played the game, there's more than 35. I'll come back to that number later because it's funny how things kind of get out of control. So yeah, our original spreadsheet had 35, and there are things on there that didn't even make it into the game of those 35. So the next big section of stuff that I want to talk about is actually organizing on Discord. Yo, what's up, Lazarus? Organizing a large project through Discord, Trello, Google Drive sucks. Is there a better alternative? Probably. We didn't use it. We use Discord for planning the event anyways, so it worked. Discord was for communication, Trello was for task management, Drive was for asset management. That's kind of how we broke it down. So again, out of like 10 people that signed up and said, hey, I'll give trying to make something in Unity a shot, like that'll be cool. Out of 10 people, 5 people actually came through and were like, yeah, I can do this. I made a few things. Everyone else, it was either, this is probably, outside of my skill set. This is, I don't have the time to do this, which is fine. I'm not going to be like, oh no, you said you signed up, you're going to do it. So again, people had time with the assets and to put something down. And at this stage in the game, actually from this stage in the game till pretty much the end of the project, a big thing for me, and I mentioned it before, was just trying to not shoot down people's creativity. You know what I'm going to do? Because this screen is boring. Let's see. Where's my other folder here? Let's see if this actually works. No, it doesn't work. Cool, thanks, Unity. Why I said thanks, Unity, out of pure instinct. I meant to say thanks, Windows. Let's see. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. That was a full screen slideshow. Can I make this not full screen, possibly? Nope. Okay, cool. Okay, that's better. All right. What a clusterfuck of a stream. I'm just gonna have some random images scrolling, and they're just, I guess, gonna play as fast as they want, huh? Can I like change that playback speed or something? No. Guess not. That's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put the screen scraver up. I almost made a PowerPoint earlier, Jeff. I was like, you know what? It's gonna be too much work. Whatever. These are just gonna cycle while I talk until I have specific things to talk about. And I'll come back to some of these images. So yeah. So from this point on, like once people were like starting to work on scenes and stuff like that, it was really important to me that we didn't that I didn't like step on anyone's creativity. Like I did it a few times. I'm sure some people in here can attest to that. But there's a point where you have to know when to cut off an idea that either isn't going to fit in the project or is going to be too much time for one person to invest in something. So, you know, there were times where I had to tell people like, you know, that we aren't going to do that. And, you know, that's something as a manager or as a project leader or producer or something like that is a tough decision to make, because it's a fine line between like keeping the project going and also, you know, letting people do whatever they want. And, you know, a lot of the best stuff comes out of when people are doing what they want, you know, versus you hanging over their shoulder and telling them how things should be done. You know, it's if creative people for the most part work best when you let them be creative, you know. So after that, we kind of got into our character workflow, which I actually have some images for. So this was Izzy's original style guide for our characters. Creating a style guide helped to kind of establish like the status quo of how characters should look in the world. And it was kind of important that everyone was on the same page from the beginning with that kind of stuff. I'd say any type of workflow, you want to have some sort of design document or spec sheet where you have, you know, the basics planned out. And if you have to change them later, that's fine. But it's important to know, you know, what those basics are going to be. So like for our art, we knew we were going to do the cardboard cutout kind of thing with like the paper outline. And we wanted to have a unified art style, which meant certain things like, you know, keeping shading a certain way, keeping outlines thick, you know, making things look, even though we had a lot of different artists with a lot of different skill sets, making sure that there was some level of consistency. So basically at that point, we took all the characters from the designs doc, and then on Trello, we had a oh, I got to restart the music. On Trello, we had a specific card or category that was for 2D art. And basically, the idea was we fill it with cards, a card for each character. Any artist that was interested in working on a character would assign themselves to that card. People were allowed to collaborate if they wanted to or work on things together. And then as they finished their work, they would upload it to the Trello card, and then they would also upload it to the Google Drive, and we'd have it backed up in 2 places. Character art never got posted on Discord. I mean, people would post works in progress and stuff. Sorry, I need a sip. People would post works in progress so that we could, like, you know, they could get feedback on how they were doing and stuff like that. And then as we were doing that with our character workflow, ideas for new characters started to come up, either from level designers, artists, other people. Like, we'd say, oh yeah, that's a good idea for a character. Okay, we'll add a card to Trello. Go ahead and do it, you know. And I didn't really limit people to say, like, you have to work on these characters. Was this done technically it was done in about 5 months, but the actual production start in terms of, like, when things were, like, really got going in terms of we're making character art, we're making assets, we're putting things together in Unity, it was really the beginning of May. So it was kind of more like 2.5 months that was spent at that point in time. But basically the idea was to create, like, an art assembly line, where, you know, people would make stuff, it would get uploaded, and it would be ready to go, ready for the next step of the assembly line, pretty much. And the next step of the assembly line was being able to get those characters into Unity, which involved making the cardboard cutout models for them. And I'll talk more about that a little bit later. But basically, once they were drawn up and stuff like that, they were ready for the next phase of the process. And then the next big thing was the dialogue workflow, which, let me go back to my, let's just do our slideshow again, I guess. I feel like I messed up pretty bad on how I organized the, there's a new bundle on the asset store. It includes Jigglebones. Well, looks like we're making a Jigglebone gang game. Jigglebone gang. Say that fast. So I feel like I messed up pretty bad on organizing the dialogue workflow, and it was because I didn't have the foresight of how we were going to be using the characters that were made. So the initial thing that we did is I made a global spreadsheet, and as a character had its art finished, the art would be put on a spreadsheet that had, the first thing was a little thumbnail of the character's art. There would be the character's name, where they were located, like what region, what zone they were, who drew the lizard in the desert? Desert did, because he got out of bounds and got to the temple. And so I put it up there. I think I made it much harder to get to the pyramid later on in development, but I think it's still possible. So basically, I wish I could, like, slow this fucking thing down. Maybe I should just go through these in a more meaningful order. Anyway, so the big problem with the dialogue thing, so we had a spreadsheet, and as characters would get finished, I'd add the thumbnail. It would have a name, a location of where they were in the game, and then a brief description of what the character was supposed to be. And then there were a bunch of open spaces where anybody who had a link to the spreadsheet, basically, I asked people on our writing team, I asked people who were moderators, other artists, stuff like that, you know, if you have an idea for this character, just write it down. You know, it doesn't have to be good, it doesn't have to be perfect. Oops, sorry, Skinny. I have hardcore Nightbot settings. Here, I can do this, probably. No, I did it wrong. There, you should be able to post it now. Oh, well, Scoot got it. This dialogue worksheet was slowly basically filling up over time, and it would I should actually show it, you know, why not? Give me 1 second. All right, gotta zoom a little bit. You guys probably won't be able to see a lot of this stuff on here, the actual text, but whatever. So this was the actual spreadsheet that we used. So at the top, there's just a kind of a guide on how to use the spreadsheet, along with syntax that we used for text handling, for things like, showing colors and showing, using character names and stuff like that. And basically, as character art got finished, I'd add it. I'd add the zone, the description, and then people would start filling stuff out. You can see that there are a lot of things on here. There are characters on this spreadsheet. There's things that aren't even on this spreadsheet. Actually, no, I think maybe they all are. No, none of the like the meme dungeon characters aren't on here. A lot of the characters that were like 3D models that weren't specifically like the 2D cardboard cutouts never really made it on this spreadsheet. So that was another problem. But the reason why I say that I created issues with the dialogue spreadsheet is I didn't think about how we were going to get that from the spreadsheet into the text files for the game in a way that made sense. And I also didn't anticipate how many variations of characters we would end up actually including. Remember, I originally said, we had 35 characters listed. I'll get to how many we got to in a little bit, but it seemed like a good idea at the start, and it was a good enough idea, but knowing what I know now, I would have gone back and did things differently. Let's move on. Next question. Tech workflow was a big thing. Is that having one coder for your game pretty much is kind of both a blessing and a curse. It makes it easy to communicate about things. Neri did an amazing job. It made it easier to talk about issues, bugs, problems. But there were issues we had in our tech workflow from the very beginning. One of the biggest ones was that in my rush to get people in Unity making levels, we all just made separate projects. We all each had our own projects on our computer with our own libraries, with our own scenes. And that ended up causing, I wouldn't say it caused problems, but it slowed us down later on. The idea was everyone just makes their level and then we'll just put it all together. And then one or two people will go through and, fix what needs to be fixed, and that it doesn't really work like that. One of the big things with the tech workflow was trying to create spec sheets for some of the mechanics. I made spec sheets for how the emotes would work, how the avatars would work, how the action system would work, what should be there were a lot of things that were important that weren't spec'd out early on that should have been, which was my fault because I figured, it's a pretty simple thing to handle. We can deal with it later. So how NPCs actually function with the in-game characters. No problem, Skinny. Take it easy. How NPCs function with in-game characters. The green outline that NPCs had wasn't in for quite a while. I realized at some point, how are people going to be able to tell players from NPCs? If people are just standing around, or how do you know you can interact with something? That was an important thing that totally neglected early on. Things like how should the UI control and function? How should the controls themselves function? Was something that was, figured out maybe a little bit later than it should have been. Which I feel is, to an extent, is my fault. Because personally, playing the game now, I don't think it's hard to play, but I think I would have structured some of the UI stuff differently. And at the time, I was more concerned with just stuff getting done. So the fact that it was getting done was kind of yeah, that's fine. Roll with it. Move on to the next thing. So, speccing stuff out like that ahead of time would have probably been a little bit smart. But, and also I think that in the future for game design projects, I think building the foundation before you build the house is kind of important. I think in the, we didn't have an options menu until like a few weeks before release. Like that's something that we should have probably spec'd out and done at the beginning. Like, make sure we have an options menu. How does it work? What options are we going to have available? What doesn't work? Instead of saying, oh, it's a simple thing, we'll just do it later. There were a few things like that were like, oh, it's not a big deal. Like, oh, we're going to have controller support. Yeah, adding controller support isn't that big of a deal. Like Unity will take care of it. Things that I think we underestimated early on and said, yeah, we'll figure it out later, were things that we should have spent more time actually sitting down and saying, how do we want this to work, instead of kind of going by the seat of our pants. But that's one of those things where it's like a 2020 thing where like you only know after the fact when you could have done something better. At the time it seemed fine. And it was important with the tech workflow stuff, and this is why working with Neri was great, is always communicating when potential issues come up. Really help with figuring out, what things are we going to be able to keep in the game and what things are we going to have to cut. And legitimately, we didn't actually cut that much from the game. It's really instead of cutting things from the game, it was more like we had a lot of things that were not done until like the last couple of weeks, and we almost cut them, but we ended up getting it done. So the last thing I have under tech flow is Unity. Is it or is it ain't shit? Unity is interesting. I'm sure everyone has different feelings about Unity, and I'm stepping into it at a weird time in its life, but Unity is pretty bare bones, but it lets you do a lot of things, and you can do a lot if you just have access to the asset store and you use other things that people created and spend money on them. You can build a very functional, very robust engine without much coding experience. But otherwise you have to build stuff from the ground up, which for some people that's feasible, and for other things it's not. Neri did a lot of things from the ground up that probably he didn't need to do, but he did a good job, and it's a good learning experience too. So at this point, we kind of had our structure and our organization and our different workflows in place for, people were making levels, people were making character art, people were working on dialogue. Neri was in the coding dungeon for the rest of his life. And at that point, it was like watching the machine kind of work and figuring out, what loose ends there were, what things needed to be handled, what things needed a little bit more direction, and what, didn't. So a few weeks later, this is around the end of May, beginning of June, we had another big meeting that was to discuss mechanics. And this is an interesting thing to go over. I'm going to switch to a different image here. This is a good one. So mechanics, we sat down and had a meeting because Neri was chomping at the bit to I need to make the engine for this game work. I need to make the systems that you guys need. And we still weren't 100% sure on a lot of the systems. We really, hadn't finalized a lot of things. It was more just let's start making stuff and then we'll start finalizing things. So at the beginning of June, we had this meeting, and our idea was we're going to have collectibles. You're going to be able to collect emotes, and there are going to be 7 areas at this time. There were 7 areas. In each area, there was going to be a Varg friend, and there was going to be an emote salesman, the Happy Mask salesman ripoff, the Happy Emote sales shroom. And so there were going to be basically each one of them, we're going to give you an emote in each zone. And the salesman was going to be in a pretty obvious was going to be in a pretty obvious location in each area, like near the initial teleport or whatever, easy to find. And then the friends were going to be a little bit harder to go through and find. And then in addition to those 2 emotes in each area, it was going to be 2 random NPCs in each area. We're going to give you an emote, and then each area was going to have 2 pickups. And so that came to about a total of 42 pickups at that point in time. This is beginning of June. We had 42 collectibles. And even then, when I was pitching it and we were having the meeting, I know there were a lot of people that were like, oh, that sounds like a lot. And in the back of my mind, I was like, I want way more than 42. I want like Mario RPG level, or Mario 64, like 120 stars kind of bullshit going on. I was like, okay, this is our bare minimum ground framework. So that would come out to basically a total of 6 emotes per area, which if you've played the game, there's a lot more than 6 emotes per area, and that was the thing, is that even though it was going to be a walking simulator exploration game, I still wanted to, thanks for the resub, Go. There were other people that resub too. I didn't even say anything. Dragon, I think, did. Linny, I can't go back through chat now. Thank you, people who resub. You don't have to do that. I appreciate it though. So the idea early on was, I was like, it'll be cool as a walking simulator exploration game where you talk to NPCs, but I wanted there to be enough of a game aspect that people who didn't like walking simulators would still have some level of enjoyment playing the game. So at that point in time, it was going to be 42 pickups. At that time we were deciding, do we use all custom emotes? Do we redraw streamer emotes? Do we, just make everything from scratch? Do we use the streamers emotes? And I very much from the beginning was like, we're going to use streamer emotes. Like, why wouldn't we? That's like a wealth of collectibles right there, at our doorstep waiting to be plucked and used. I actually have, let me see if I can find it. A screenshot from early on. Now, where did that go? Is it in my Unity a shit folder? No. Let me see if I can find this. It's pretty bad. I'll be totally honest. Oh my gosh. We got dead air. We got dead air while I look for pictures. Test level. No. Maybe I put it in a different folder. It's only 2 places it would have gone, so. Here it is, the emote spec folder. So here is my really poor, this was around the time I wasn't even concerned about UI or anything, but this was my original test image of, here's your collectibles screen, and here it has all the streamers and however many emotes that each of those streamers has. I had 60 at this point in time, and this was when people were like, oh, 60 is too much. And this was going to be like you could teleport. Yeah, you did not let me do anything. This isn't UI. This was a mock-up, okay, of what could potentially be. I made it in Photoshop in like 20 minutes, okay? Not even that, probably like 10 minutes. So it was like, okay, we have to have a way of displaying the unlocks and like, you know, potentially different things. But this is when we still had very few things. And one of the things you'll notice in the game, I spent a lot of time. Part of the reason the number grew is I didn't want some of the streamers who had less emotes, like Gear or Zot, or like even myself. I only have like 4 or 5 emotes. Yeah, I have 5 emotes. You know, I didn't want them to feel like they were underrepresented, and I wanted to put as much of their stuff in as possible too. Granted, you know, when you have a streamer who has 5 emotes and a streamer who has like almost 50, you have to be selective and pick and choose, but that's part of how we got to the number that we got to. But at that time, it was, you know, figuring out how the emotes were gonna actually be in the game, because we were thinking of just redrawing, having all of the emotes in game be 100% drawn from scratch, custom emotes just for this game. But personally, I didn't think that was going to be feasible. So originally, we went back and forth on deciding whether everyone started as the Vine Toad Adventurer, who like kind of became the mascot for the game, versus if you pick a class at the beginning and then you unlock the rest. So we had those like 7 RPG classes that I showed you the concept art for. If I could find them again, which I can't probably. They're over here. So the idea at that point in time was, okay, you either start with the adventure or you pick a single class, and then every 5 emotes that you pick up, you unlock one of those 7 avatars. And that was it. And we're going to do like a 100% unlock that kind of teleported you to like a dev room or something, or you got a special shader so you like glowed or something like that you could turn on. And around this point in time was when in this meeting, we said, you know, maybe it would be cool to have like some actions, like you can do like an animated emote, like you can, you know, dance or like bow or something like that. And so Neri implemented the actions menu, but I'll talk more about how the actions got into the game later. But the idea was, okay, it's just something you'll have, and you start with it, and it's good. And like what we in this meeting, we talked about what needed to be in the UI for all these different mechanics to work. And then we decided on a quote unquote final timetable, which I'll tell you right now, that meeting deadlines is hard. It's hard in a normal work environment. It's even harder when you're all working through Discord and when you're, you know, everyone's spread out, everyone's volunteering. Crazy things are going on in the world. Like, you know, one of the things, I mean, I don't want to bring the mood down, but I know depending on people's personality types, like the COVID and quarantine stuff made me focus on the game. I was like, I don't have anything better to do right now. I mean, I have my normal work stuff that I had to do, but I was like, you know what? I'm just going to escape in this game. And I know some other people did the same thing. And I know for other people, it was extremely difficult for them to find the time and effort and focus on the game because of what was going on in the world around them. Like, and that's, you know, not their fault. And it's just comes down to how people process things, you know, and I don't think that's, you know, there's no good or bad about it. I couldn't change, you know, how people would react and how people would deal with it. You know, and it's people did what they were able to do within the scope of what was going on in the world and what was going on with our game. Anyway, so around this meeting, we decided also that, so this was like end of May, beginning of June, that we would have all of the first like passes of the levels, all of our different regions, we'd have done 1 month before the event. That would include geometry, lighting, placeholders for NPCs and pickups and things like that. And then the idea was that at the 1 month period before the event, we would merge we'd get everyone to export their scenes from their projects, and then we'd all merge them into like a main branch project. And then what we'd do is we'd go through the levels and do a final pass for sound, dialogue, NPC, putting the actual NPCs where the placeholders were, pathing, scripting, everything like that. That was a massive that was wrong. That was wrong. I mean, a lot was done at the 1 month before the event period, but the idea that undertaking, thank you. My brain hurt. The idea that we'd merge the project and like 1 or 2 people would just go through and like put in all the placeholder stuff. That was the part that took longer than designing the actual levels in a lot of ways. And my idea of doing it that way kind of, people had to pick up my slack, because what ended up happening is, actually, I'll get into that later. So the character around this meeting too, the character art was really starting to build up, and we didn't have a lot of models done. Let me see if I can find the picture here. Probably just look in the folder, huh? So at this point, like we're getting a lot of character art that was done, and these characters had no models ready or anything like that, and they needed to get into the game. So at that point in time, so here's the process. Neri, I'll talk more about templates and tools in a second, but basically every character needed to have a cardboard outline made, and we had one original method of doing it that involved a lot more know-how, and we ended up settling for a different way of doing it to make it easier for other people to help contribute to the modeling. I ended up doing a lot of them. I think I probably did like 60 or 70 of the character cutouts. I know Scootlay did a lot. Zenny did some of them. I think Neri did a couple. I'm sure there were a couple more done by some other people too. But yeah, at this point we had about 45 NPCs with art complete, and we had a lot more that were like in the queue to be done, and we were already way past our original like list of 35. And at this point in time, only about 15 of those 45 NPCs had models so they could be put into the game. And I was realizing we're going to get really backed up at a point where we have all the art done and the level designers are ready to put the characters in the game, but we don't have the models actually made. So that kind of led into the importance of making templates and tools for people to use. I think this is a really important thing for any type of project management, is like tools. But before I talk about the tools, I also do want to mention this was around the point in time where I knew that we would need voices for the characters, and thinking about like how we could do it and how we could make the world feel unique and make the characters feel unique. Yo, Base, thanks for the resub, dog. And this is when I went and I reached out to Desert P, who's streaming right now. You should go watch him. He's more interesting than me. I reached out to Desert because Desert, I know, has great range and great talent, and has interest in working doing voice acting. And I went to Desert and I was like, hey, we're making a game, as a favor / like donation or whatever, like, would you be willing to do some voices for the characters? It's going to be like, Banjo-Kazooie style. And there are going to be a bunch of characters, but, you only need to record a few different voices and we can like alter them and stuff like that. And, I knew, so for critical tasks, critical jobs and like things that you have in your project, it's important to find the right person for the job. And I knew that Desert was very capable and that he knew how to produce audio that was presentable for voiceover. I knew that he had range and that he could do a lot of different character voices. And I knew that, you know, he worked in a fairly timely manner. And Desert, honestly, like his contribution to the voices, there are lots of parts build up a game, right? But like things like Desert's voices, Bass Clef's music, all the individual regions, the character art, everything, like, you know, works as like different parts of the puzzle to bring things together. And without like Bass's music or without Desert's voices, the game would be nothing, not even close to what it is. You know, if even if we did like, you know, cheesy sans noises or whatever for the dialogue. So, you know, me and Neri figured out how we could do the dialogue system, and we studied Banjo-Kazooie 1 and 2, and we studied ukulele, because a lot of people didn't like the voices in ukulele, and like thought about like how they put that system together. And when I asked Desert, like, hey, you know, the first thing you can do, you can just do a demo, record a few sounds, you know, maybe 24 sounds, and we'll use those to test our dialogue audio engine that we're putting together. Desert came back to me with a 15-minute recording that ended up having like over 125 unique voices in it. And he was like, here's my test. Here's my demo. I have that picture too. And it was just like, oh. And I was like, okay, well, I don't think, you know, after this, I don't think we're going to need anything else from you. This is a picture. So this is his 15 minutes of audio. All the little orange lines are slice markers indicating where a sound starts or ends. So it took me, I think, 3 or 4 hours. This is, in total, it was 1,314 individual audio clips made up and I don't think we even used all of them. I think we used a lot of them, but I'm sure there are ones we didn't use. But when you saw this, you were confused. Why did I go with Edison to do that? Because I'm comfortable with FL Studio. I could do it faster in FL Studio than in like Audacity or something else. I had to do like barely any touch up to Desert's audio too. I didn't have to denoise anything. I didn't have to normalize anything. There were a few things I had to adjust the volume a bit. But yeah, it took me probably 3 or 4 hours to chop all of the audio. And then it took me probably another 2 or 3 hours to listen to all of the different groups of voices and give them names. Let me see if I can find it here. So I'll show you. You can see, okay. This is all the voices sorted. There are 125, yeah. So that took a while too. And really anyone could, there were a lot of things I ended up doing that I'm sure anyone could have done. But like I said, because I threw my like, you know, my entire being into working on the game during the COVID stuff. I was like, you know what? I'll do some of the like the boring, like tedious work like that I could give to someone else, but I could probably get it done faster, and I'll make sure, and I'll know it's right. Like there could be mistakes that happen and stuff like that. Yeah, there are farts. I don't think the farts got used. Yeah, I think he did more fart noises than any other voice too. So again, the main reason I bring up Desert and his audio and stuff like that is sometimes for a certain task, you need to find like the right person who can just knock it out and just do it. And you know that they'll be able to come through and that they'll, deliver something that you'll be able to actually like, that you'll be able to use. Of course, the streamers also contributed audio for their individual characters. And that was a lot more work to actually get properly processed because a lot of the streamers have their audio set up completely differently. A lot of them have different mic setups. They aren't trying to be voiceover artists like Deserts is. There are a lot of factors that come down to it. What was the deal with Fred's voice? It's a little complicated, but I'll say it was my fault. When we were very close to the end, I didn't have a voice for him, and I hadn't, and I thought I already had all the voices. I thought I had already contacted everyone and got stuff. And there were a couple of streamers that I had to go through. They didn't record something, so I had to go through and find like clips, or Jackal actually helped with it a lot. Find clips from their streams that were isolated without game audio that we could turn into voices. And somehow Fred completely slipped through the cracks. Like I had a folder for him and everything, and I just didn't have it. And it was like a few days before the event itself. And I was like, you know what? That one text to speech for Garfield sounds kind of like Fred Flintstone. And I feel bad. Fred, if you hear this or see this, I really apologize. I mean, I will say that I bugged the shit out of the streamers to give me audio. I probably pinged them half a dozen times over the course of a month, like, hey, give it to me by this day, give it to me by this day, and like, kept trying to get it. And like, I'm not saying that's anything against them or anything like that. They have their own lives going on. They got other shit to do. I don't think any of them, for a while, I don't think people realized the scope of the game that we were making. Who did their lines first? Gearomatic sent me his lines like minutes after I brought it up. We had I had brought it up at a like server wide meeting that wasn't game specific. I was like, hey, streamers, if you're here, we're putting you in the game. You can write your own dialogue and you can record your own voice. And yeah, Gearomatic sent it to me within like an hour. So yeah, he was definitely the first. So I got to get back to where I was. I'm going to leave it on this picture for a bit. The next thing I wanted to talk about was the importance of tools and making tools for people to use. When you have people that have very little experience when it comes to, anything, Unity, modeling, audio, stuff like that, if you can build a tool or a template that the person can use, it makes it far easier. Like I said, I did like 70 or something of the character models. I have zero Blender experience. The only reason I could do that is because I asked Neri, like, can you make a template where all I have to do is like drag things around to make the shape, and tell me how, give me a text file that says what buttons, need to be pressed and what things need to be named what and how to export it. And so something like that was super critical to like being able to get things done. Other examples, Neri put together 3 different like community sample projects, which were projects that we imported our scenes into that had things like the interactions, the dialogue, the functioning teleports, NPCs, how to set up like the pathing for moving NPCs, floating platforms, which never got used. Sorry, Neri. Which were synced multiplayer. They were like, network synced platforms. Maybe in the DLC we'll have moving platforms. So this was all at like around the 1 month mark, which again was originally when I was like, oh yeah, everything should be done pretty much, like level design wise. It was like, no, there was so much that needed to be done at that 1 month point. So the Blender template was a huge thing. I showed it a little bit earlier. Where'd it go? It's probably further back. Yeah, here we go. So the Blender template, literally, it was just like there was a set number of vertices, grab them to fit the outline of the shape, and then like remap the UVs so that they look proper. And that was like, without that, it would have been a much slower process to actually build all the character models and stuff like that. Not only did the character models have to be built, but once they were brought into Unity, all of the character textures that were already made had to be converted into materials as well. So there were steps to the process for sure. So the final thing, which was a big thing that Neri helped with, was we had an NPC template. And I can show a little bit of a video. So something that goes into tools also is tutorials. I think it's very important that if you expect people to be able to do a certain thing, that you should be able to demonstrate that thing to them in a way that makes sense and that they can follow along with. So for example, like even for the whole event, not just for the game dev stuff, I made a tutorial on how to use Trello, and because nobody had used it before, and some people it would confuse them greatly. And so another thing, like for example, I made a tutorial on how to use the NPC creator, and I'm gonna like skip through bits of it. Trello is like that spread. It's not really a spreadsheet. It's its own thing, but yeah, sort of. So I had my own tutorial unlisted here. Don't look at the link. I mean, people can see it now, but basically I spent 30 minutes going through on how to take the tool that Neri had made, which was a prefab, an NPC prefab, that we could drag out into the world space, and then we would assign it a model, assign it a character name, assign it a dialogue text file name, and then assign the character a color. And basically what this thing would do, it would make it so that when we created a character, you can kind of see over here, it would attach all the scripts that were needed for talking to NPCs and like triggering their dialogue. It would include all of the stuff for the outline script that we needed, because like Neri made these things. He knew how they worked, and legitimately, like, we probably could have figured out a method where we were dragging the models in and we were attaching all the different components. But you can see, like, I dragged an empty prefab in, I grabbed the Yoba model, and here he is in the hierarchy. It creates the dialogue boxes. It creates the audio source for the talking. It created the outline script. Neri says it's really bad. It did cause some memory leak issues, I think, at some points. Then it stopped happening. I don't know why it stopped happening. Maybe something else was causing the memory leaks. But basically, I made a half-an-hour tutorial to show the other level designers and stuff like that how to put NPCs in their levels, both the static NPCs and then moving NPCs. So like how to set up the waypoint system. Oh yeah, it was the outline script. It was redrawing the cardboard collision, right? Yo, peace out, Lenny. Thanks for watching. So a big part of this was originally the idea, like I had said before, was, oh yeah, everyone will get their levels mostly finished and have placeholders, and then like me and Neri will go through and finish everything at the end, and it won't be that bad. But oh my god, if we had actually tried to do that, that would have been really not good. The fact that making this NPC prefab is also part of the reason why our number of NPCs kind of blew up. But it was an extremely important decision to deviate from that original plan and to create something that all the level designers could use in their own projects, and be able to go through and put the NPCs they wanted. So we had a list of what NPCs were supposed to be in what zone, but I was also like, hey, you can make duplicates of, like, if you want a character that's in another zone to be in your zone too, like, that's fine. It's not a big deal. Have fun with it. If there's like a story reason for them to be there or something like that, or, if you've played the game, you probably know a lot of characters appear in multiple locations for that reason alone. And around this time, we estimated there would be about 90 unique NPCs, as in like NPCs with different dialogue that you could talk to. And about 75 of them had complete art about this time. Again, our number kept growing because people kept having ideas, right? And it was like, okay, we're going to, well, it's easy enough. We have the workflow. You make the art, we'll make the cardboard cutout, we'll add it to the project, and we can get it into the game, and we'll figure out where the character is going to go, and how it's going to work out. So, so around that time, the number was around 90, and that wasn't really factoring how many variants and unique characters we'd add in the end. As far as other tools, we had some simple prefabs for things that Neri came up with. I can actually show you another build here in a second too. Give me 1 second. Neri, you're spoiling where I'm going next. But that's true. We ended up with 118 cardboard cutout models, 145 unique character textures, and 198 dialogue files in the end. Let's see, where's the thing I was going to show? Some of the other things, so like the teleporters, those green circles you see that connect zones, those were prefabbed out to make it easy to put. At a certain point in time when I was playing early levels, I was like, if we expect people to just run into an invisible wall to go to a new area, also a lot of files are duplicated twice with a texture one and a sprite one. Is that intentional? What? I don't know what you mean by that. There were some characters that were sprites only or 3D models only. And there were some characters that were like slimes. We had a bunch of different multicolored slimes. The characters, yeah, there's a texture version of every character and a material version of every character. Let's see. Where's this shit? So like, the teleporter thing, at a certain point in time, I was like, we need to have a very clear, like, around this point in time, I was also realizing after I was making a lot of the levels, like, we need a very clear design language for some things. Like, all emote pickups need to look the same and have like a visual effect that makes them noticeable. All teleports between zones need to have a visual effect and something that makes them noticeable to a player, that when they see that, they know, oh, that's going to take me to a different area. I think the game is big as it is, and people do get lost in it as it is. I think if we had gone with how it was originally, where it was just like you walk into, you know, if you see like in the forest had a lot of examples of it where it was like a cave with just like a black plane against it, or like a big hollow log with a black unlit plane against the back. And the idea was you just walk into that unlit plane and it teleports you. I thought people would get way more lost and completely miss teleports in areas if we didn't have some sort of thing that visually established it. So that was another like tool slash prefab. Same with the emote pickups. I have an example here of like, this was one of the first designs for like what the emote pickup prefab thing could look like. Floating and spinning with the little thing on the ground. And I think eventually, because of placement too, and how like that ring on the bottom would look, we ended up just going with like a pretty simple, like the emote floats. It has a little like glow around it that's always lit, to make them stand out to players. So I think that there were tools that we could have ended up having that would have made things easier that we didn't have. I'd say, hold on, let me get another fun picture here. Here, this is a fun picture of Unity's light mapper. So like, yeah, early on, the idea was basically that just like each level had like one way in and out to the, I'll talk more about it later, but one way in and out connecting it to the crossroads, and that they were their self-contained thing. And secretly, probably unbeknownst to Mono, I mean, I said it a lot of times, but in my head, I was always like, we need to interconnect these zones. They have to have multiple entrances and exits. It has to feel like there's some sort of convincing reason why one could potentially connect to another. And people should be able to explore a lot of the game without ever having to go back to the crossroads. It was still always going to be a hub area that you could teleport back to and easily get back to other places. But in my mind, I wanted it to be more like an actual MMO where it was like, yeah, there are entrances and exits to different locations kind of everywhere. And it makes it feel more like a real world instead of a bunch of collected levels. So in the background, I kind of always like, I had a flow chart. I'll show it. I think it already showed up once, but I'll show it again later. That I was like, these could connect somehow, and this would be a cool way to do it. Planned on regions being loops. Yeah, I mean, that's an easy way to, like, the thing is like, if every area was a loop, I mean, I guess people would know what to expect and they wouldn't get lost. But I feel like if every area was a loop, you know, the sense of exploration and discovery changes a little bit, and the gameplay changes a little bit too, because if there's one way through everything, then it becomes fairly easy to progress. And at the point when we were talking about this too, I had already made like basically the loose versions of like 3 or 4 levels. And I was, you know, I did have to redesign some of my levels, but it would have been hard to go back and do some of that late in the game. But some of the tools that I wish we had thought up earlier or had done. Do I have pictures of the mushroom mapping? You mean like this? I wish we had made a standalone dialogue tester. Like just a thing that anyone outside of, not that one, the other one. This one? I have a bunch of them. I wish we had come up with an idea, the Vine Toad Kingdom one. Oh, I don't think I have screenshots of that. If you send me one really quick, I can show it. But yeah, I don't have them in my folder that I'm using right now. I wish we had made a tool for the people who were writing dialogue that just showed what the dialogue would present like in game. Because the process of actually testing dialogue became very difficult and very tedious. where we had to have QA people go through and basically talk to every NPC and like see how things were working. And we made a few global changes to make it better. I wish we had come up with some easier level design testing tools. You can jump on a lot of the mushrooms. Actually, there's a speedrun strat that uses that. That's really cool. I'll talk about speedruns later. I wish we had some design tools or some things. We had like dev commands built into the later QA builds, where you could adjust your speed and you could teleport to objects. I wish it would have been pretty cool to have something where you could just like spawn in place where the editor camera was to be able to test things, or like something to easily test like voices or going directly to objects and scenes. Because early on, before the dev tools were in place, it was basically like you loaded up your scene, and I mean you could drag the spawn point around different places. I ended up doing that a lot, but there was a little tedium with it, but it wasn't that big of a deal. It would have been nice to have camera tools, in the sense that something we could easily make screenshots with outside, in the game instead of in the editor. And potentially port that over to something that players could actually use, which is something I'll talk about later. But at this point in time, I created our 1 month totally not crunch. Oh, there's Unity again. Timetable, which I'm hesitant to show because basically this is when we were about a month out from the event. I put together a schedule. Oh yeah, we had some major light baking issues with some models. Certain models in particular caused a lot of problems. But at this 1 month point in time, we needed a bunch of models made. The idea was, we had stuff on Trello, but I needed a very condensed, organized form of what the timeline needed to be for the next few weeks if we were going to ever like actually put out the game. So the idea was to break things down by every department and like set up what things needed to be done each week. A lot of stuff on this sheet got figured out in a timely manner. That was like part of what was originally planned. A lot of it didn't. You can see 7.10, 7.11. This is actually the edited version because this says pre-release. Oh no, this is the right one. Soft launch. So our original plan was to quietly launch like a beta of the game on the Vinecord a week before the charity event, and basically let people stress test for us. And then right before the actual event happened, we'd do the big public announcement and then like see if our servers crashed and stuff like that. And this was like trying to tie up as many loose ends as possible. Trying to realize like what predictions about my ideas of levels being mostly done, how wrong they were going to be. And that was, I mean, it's impossible to tell when you're working with a big group of people and everyone has different paces at which they work, when things are going to be finished. And the thing is that I'd much rather have something come in late and have it be really polished and awesome, and the person put all their work into it and they're happy, versus either cutting it completely or getting an early version from someone that they aren't happy with and taking it out of their hands and like kind of changing their work. I mean, I did that to an extent with some stuff. And I apologize if people didn't like some of the changes that I made to some things. See if because some of that did happen, but not very much, I would say. But a lot of it, this was like this 1 month period was getting those tools, like the NPC tool, the prefab, and like the some of the other stuff I talked about. like the character modeling stuff, getting it to people and making sure that they had time to actually work on it. And it was around July 1st, so only a few weeks before the actual event, was when we did the Great Merge. And the Great Merge, here's a screenshot. Here's a nice screenshot. Basically the first merge was getting as many people's scenes as they felt were like pretty done and getting them all into one project and laying them out and seeing if like things actually worked the way we intended them to work and like what issues were going to come up. We had some issues with like the actual size of the world space and like some floating point math issues with how big it got, and we had issues. Originally we were going to like stack zones on top of each other, but it turned out that like things were casting shadows into other scenes, even though there was no reason for them to be doing that because we were like occluding the geometry or we had shadows disabled or whatever. And we ended up having to lay everything out just like on a flat plane instead of being able to stack. Some things are a little stacked, but there were some issues that we ran into basically with how the actual main scene functions and how additive scene functions and stuff like that. And really that merge period when we brought in stuff that was like mostly done was like realizing how much actually needed to be done to finish levels. And, you know, our original plan of, oh, it's just going to be like 1 or 2 people are going to go through and like add the sound and add all the voices and like, okay, we're up to like almost, you know, 200 NPCs and like all these locations and like all this, so many details. And like, I'll talk about it more later, but I ended up doing 5 scenes, like 5 levels in the game. And a lot of that was because I wanted people to be able to focus on the things that they were comfortable with and what they were working on and not pressure people into, you have to finish this scene now because these other ones have to be done. The only reason I did 5 was because they needed to get done. And I would have loved if like more people had been able to do more of some of the scenes that I worked on, because I think they would have been able to bring their like, you know, unique assets and their own personal touch to it much more than I did. I mean, a lot of the levels I made, it was like just trying to go fast and make it something presentable, and then we'd go back through and polish it. And in some ways that kind of came back to bite me in the ass and some of the other people, because like I set up all my NPCs. I missed some and I had to go back through and add those. I set up all my NPCs. I didn't give any of them voices. Everyone else in their levels, when they set up their NPCs, they did the whole process. For me, the way I like to work is I do like one task a lot of times. And once all of that one task is done, I move on to the next task and do that as many times because I feel like I work more efficiently that way. But one of the things that comes with that is like I made all my NPCs in all of these 5 zones, but I didn't give any of them voices. So that meant that someone else had to go through all of my NPCs that I didn't spend time sitting and like, oh, this voice might be good, voice might be good, because I felt like I had more important shit that I needed to do. And I feel kind of bad because it's offloading work that I should have done onto other people, but at the same time, I think those other people did a much better job with it than I would have. And it also allowed me to focus on more important things. Sorry, I need to stretch and drink. I think one of the other big things is that we found out when we did the merge. Here's a nice picture of the swamp before it was done. Oh, this is like pre-remake swamp. You can see the original dev zone test assets down there. You have the occlusion images. Yeah, you can link them. So I made the decision. I was like, there's no way in hell we're going to do this in one project and just like upload shit through Git. That was the plan, was we were going to use Git and we're just going to push updates and it was going to be fine. But my mistake was that, so Unity has a built-in thing called collaborate, which is basically Git, but built into Unity. And I was under the impression like months ago, because I brought it up to Neri, and I was under the impression that it was very expensive and we would have to get a bunch of like pro licenses and stuff like that. And it turned out that it's actually very cheap and they give you a bunch of free seats for nothing. Well, I understand that Git collab is not as good compared to Git. At the same time, you're talking about dealing with people who have never used Unity before and a lot of people who have never really used Git before. And, you know, the idea, one of the things is that would have 1000% happened if we didn't use collab is we would have overwritten elements, or someone would have made changes to something or added new things that like would have been replaced. We would have stepped over each other, and I think we would have caused a lot of problems if we stuck with Git. Collab being built into Unity and being able to see like who's made changes to what, like in editor at a glance was very nice. It is kind of shit. This was this is nice. This is after I did my partial remake of the swamp though. So we didn't start using collab until July 1st, so only a few weeks before our actual planned release. And we ended up having, let's see, Unity. We're at 437 commits right now. We've made commits for things we haven't put in a build, by the way. We have been doing some updates to things that eventually we'll post another update at some point. But it was pretty important that we figured it out. And early on, it was just me and Neri on collab, and then Jackal came on, and then Bark came on as they finished their zones. And that made it so that they were able to not only finish working on what they were working on, and we had a limited number of seats that were free, so that we could only fit so many people. And that made it so that Jackal could help with things like going through and assigning voices to my NPCs that I didn't do. We could, touch up things in other people's levels that, maybe had problems or that we knew how to do that maybe someone else didn't have as much experience with. We probably should have done it earlier instead of having all the separate project things. Honestly, merging everything together wasn't as painful as we thought it might be. But having collab earlier might have made some stuff easier. But yeah, at this point, we were rushing to put together a build that we had all the locations in the game and had at least like the NPCs placed. They wouldn't have their dialogue, they wouldn't have their voices or anything like that. And we could put it in the hands of playtesters and they could go through and see what was broken with the game. And our first QA build was July 5th. So that's like about a week before our original planned like silent launch. And 10, 12 days before the actual event or whatever. And for QA, the early focus was really about putting together a build that was about finding major issues with what we had done with the levels. So it was all about, we need you to check collision if you can get out of bounds, performance. Like I can show you one of the first builds. This is a funny one. There are some dev builds I skipped over that I can probably show later, but I think this is one of the first builds. and I have to, I believe for this one, can I do both locally or is it going to crash? Yeah, it's going to crash. I need to do it separately. Obviously, it's going to crash. It's the first build. So I need to host a server and then I need to run a second instance as a player and join localhost. Since our test servers are no longer there. Okay, so I'll join localhost. So at this point, I did actually had finished the crossroads. Kind of. This was a skybox that didn't get used. You can see there's weird camera collision, like some objects have no collision. There's weird occlusion pop in. You guys like this? This was what a lot of the dialogue first looked like once all the NPCs were placed. Everyone had default dialogue. Everyone had the nep voice. The names were overlapping. If the names were too long, they would overlap with the text. Crossroads Frog doesn't animate, and you can't interact with him at all. Friend was here. And you can see one of the big reasons we needed, again, keep in mind, I made the Crossroads probably like the day this build came out. And I forgot to even put collision on things like the bridges to get into zones. I made a lot of collision mistakes. I think everyone who made levels had some collision mistakes in this first build of the game. I think this one didn't have collision at 1.2. I'm pretty sure this build, anywhere you go other than the forest, so yeah, the teleports aren't set up right. This was the original dev room. I know a lot of you have seen the dev room in the final game, but this was what it was originally. And of course, the teleport back to the crossroads doesn't work either, because why would it? The quit button stopped working between those earlier builds that I showed you and this one. Let me close these. Yeah, the texture's still in the dev room. So let me go back over here. So QA was super important because I did not realize how broken so many of our levels were, and how many places, like tons of people were like, I can walk through this rock. I can walk through right off the level here. I can, there were a lot of things that I just, in my rush to make levels, I didn't put collision for a lot of things. And that was a major part of what needed to be fixed. And so managing QA was tough. We made a whole separate channel in Discord. We posted a README. We specifically asked, like, we're looking for these things. Don't report these other things. Our early builds, lighting was not implemented properly. So everything just looked flat shaded. There was no pretty lights or anything like that. There were issues with teleports and stuff like that. And around this time, I remade the Trello, basically, more to that image I showed you. So instead of focusing on asset creation and that pipeline, the Trello became a QA Trello, where it was like each zone had its own category where we could put issues, and there was like general stuff that would need to be fixed. And it really helped keep track of all the things that needed to be touched up and fixed. And it's really important when you get people to do QA stuff for you that you very much specify what you need them to do, and not just like, play the game and have fun. It's like, I need you to run into everything and tell me what you can walk through and what you can't. And, there were a lot of gameplay things that came out of QA too, like a lot of complaints about like the teleports. So if you noticed in that last build, the teleports had no floating icons above them. Originally, the teleports were just green circles and sent you to the place they sent you. and there was a UI thing that told you the zone you were in, but no other indication of where a portal was going to send you. So like adding in the portal icons came about from doing QA testing. Skipping NPC dialogue. So most of you have played know you can hit E and it'll fill out the dialogue, and you can skip through the dialogue pretty fast. That wasn't in the game until like a week before launch, and it was something that I had to bug Neri about. I was like, there are going to be people who completely drop this game if they can't skip NPC dialogue, especially if we're putting collectibles behind finishing NPC dialogue. And in my mind at the same time, I was thinking like, I want this game to be able to be speedrun, because I think collectathons naturally are something that people like to speedrun, things with a lot of areas and, you know, movement and stuff like that. And I was like, if we can't skip dialogue and it's required to complete the game, then you can't speedrun it, and it's gonna turn a lot of people off. So, you know, this was like where we were starting to miss a lot of our deadlines, and these were deadlines that were set up without as much time in advance. And again, this is a thing where, you know, it could have been totally different if, you know, at the very beginning of the 5 months or whatever, that, you know, we had all this stuff in mind. But, you know, it's hard to have that kind of foresight. The game got much bigger than I think any of us anticipated. So, you know, deadlines are something that's out of your control, especially when you're working with a team of online volunteers. And just like old Mr. Miyamoto says, you know, like being late and releasing a good game is better than releasing a bad game. And like, I very much, I was feeling stressed that a lot of things weren't getting done on time, but I had to keep reminding myself that, you know, having something come together and be finished and polished, and the person who made it is happy with it, is more important than it being unfinished at the deadline and it being broken or not working. And there's always the what if versus what you actually get. Like sometimes things exceed your expectations. Sometimes, you know, they miss the mark, and you can't always go through and redo a lot of stuff. Speaking of going through and redoing a lot of stuff, I'll show you this screenshot because I want to talk about the final weeks, which the final weeks are like, it went from being like a clusterfuck of like, this might turn into a game, to being like extremely polished, because everyone put in a lot of hours and a lot of time and a lot of work into testing, into writing, into following the organization and stuff like that, into, you know, making sure other people that needed help got help with things. And just like a lot of it was organizing it and keeping track of all the things so nothing fell between the cracks. Unrelated, but will the VOD be on YouTube? Yeah, I'll upload this to YouTube. So one of the things was like the NPCs and the models. Let me get some of my lists here. So by this time we had locked in, or had started to lock in, some of the stuff like the emotes. So like I made, let's see when I first made this. Why does it not see full history? So this was around the 1 month point. I made a lot of these things. So like we had a sheet for emotes. Like to me, I think it's important if you're organizing and you're trying to get a lot of people working together. This is out of date, by the way, because I made a revised version later. You know, here's all the emotes that are going to be in the game. You know, they need to have a location. Here's the name of them. Which streamer it is. They need to have descriptions and stuff like that, and like who's gonna do those descriptions and stuff like that. You can see the dev stuff isn't even filled out. But like this was also, okay, I need to decide right now, otherwise we're gonna run around in circles, which streamer is gonna go in which location. We just have to pick and they're gonna go there. One thing that's interesting to note here, so after the merge, there were 150, almost 150 unique characters. And with dialogue, again, that was like 198 dialogue files. And it was a process. What we ended up doing was we made on our Google Drive, we exported all of the TXT files that had been generated in Unity with the NPC prefab, and we exported those to Google Drive and uploaded them so that all the people who were helping with writing and stuff like that could go through the TXT files and properly implement all of the actual NPC dialogue and the correct syntax and stuff like that. And that was a process that took some time, and there was definitely some crunch involved with that, but people totally knocked it out. So finalizing the emotes and the avatars. So this is at the 1 month point, and at this point, it had grown from 42 to 79 emotes, and that was just streamer emotes. It didn't include all the dev emotes. And so my original plan was, okay, we'll add 6 dev emotes and it'll be 85. That's a nice number. That'll be fine. And then over the last couple of weeks, I realized, there are some really good emotes that aren't in the game that are missing. Like we had like a Rem Lazar reference, and the Rem Lazar emote wasn't in the game because I was trying to like pick and choose what should be in there. Like meat wasn't in the game originally for quite a long time. And so I went back through and double checked, and I kind of gradually was adding over time. And eventually we ended up with 82 streamer emotes. And I wanted to make sure that most streamers had like, a decent chunk of the emotes in the game. And 13 dev emotes eventually. Part of the reason I added more dev emotes was just I wanted references to the ARG from last year purely, and I wanted more people to be able to, put something in the game as a collectible. But one of the things, if you notice on here, you can see that a lot of these zones say like, 2 pickups and 12 NPC, or like 2 pickups and 8 NPC. Up until like 2 weeks before launch, like around when we started doing the collab thing, the majority of emotes were actually on NPCs. They weren't things you found in the world. And one of the things that came out of doing the QA testing, I found, was that some people were running around and they were getting lost in the zones. They were completely missing, regions, points of interest that had been established from the very beginning. And I was like, you know what? We need to take a bunch of these emotes off of NPC conversations, and we just need to have them be pickups, and they need to help guide players to different areas. So like, we kind of went through and I asked the level designers to put more emotes. I gave them a list of which ones, basically put more emotes as pickups in your levels. I'll handle which ones are changing from NPC dialogue to pickups, but that got a lot more balanced, and that was kind of a level design decision because from QA testing, people were just missing areas. People were like at the swamp. People were like, "Oh, I didn't even know I could go on the beach." People were missing like the alien, the UFO area. People were missing the vaporwave teleport on the beach. You can see here's my list, another list again, just figuring out data of like all of the original planned NPCs, all of the emotes, where they should be, who's picking them up, or whether they're a pickup or whether they're an NPC emote, and then like distributing and figuring out, checking off, like highlighting in green when they're placed in the game, and then making tweaks to the other stuff. So yeah, it's just a lot of organizing different data and stuff like that. And this was around the time too when I came up with the avatars. Originally, we had the 7 RPG classes, right? And at a certain point we talked about it, and it was like, we have so many cool models and like characters that we should have a couple like zone specific characters you can unlock in each area. And it was pretty early. I wouldn't say early on, about a month in advance, where it was like, okay, what we'll do is we'll have, you get one by talking to the RPG character who like maybe gives you a little bit of a down low on the zone or has like some funny dialogue. You get one through that, and then the other two are through 50% and 100% completion in each region. And so we probably could have added more avatars, considering how many characters we had, but I think, it's a fine list so far. Could always add more in the future, although I think all of us want to take a break for a while. Yeah, that was QA. There, like the text skipping, moving more emotes to being pickups. There were a lot of things that really came out of QA those last couple of weeks that I realized, like, if this was going to be a fun game for people who didn't want to just play a walking simulator, it needed to have a little bit more going on. Or the organization just kept things from falling through the cracks. I don't think we have a single NPC that someone like made and it didn't get into the game. There are some assets that like were early test assets and stuff like that, but in terms of things that we actually like said, okay, we're gonna make this and we're gonna put it in the game, there are very few things that like, at least to my knowledge, there might be more that I don't even know about or can't think about. Here's a cool picture. This was around our merge when I had busted out like 60 something models. This isn't even the complete all of the NPCs, but at the time this was right around the merge, and it was like, here's all the NPCs in one place for each area. A bunch were missing for Vine Toad Kingdom at this point. Some were missing for the cave. Yeah, this was like kind of a way to like visualize like the different things in the different areas. Yeah, so the amount of difference 2 weeks of polish can make is incredible, because I'll show you builds, but like finalizing the UI graphics, adding sound and like ambient sound effects, positional sound, stuff like that was massive in making like levels feel like they were actually part of a game. Putting music in all of the areas. At one point in time, I thought Bass was like done making music because we were getting close to the deadline, and I knew he had work and other stuff going on. And like suddenly he cranked out like 3 more songs because he was like, "Do you need more stuff?" And I was like, "These zones don't have music." Like originally, I didn't think the forest or the swamp were gonna have music at all, because I didn't think there would be time to get to it. Finishing up a lot of the points of interest and stuff like that I felt were either like subpar or unfinished. This was mostly in my own levels, but like I'll show you guys a little bit later in a build. The centipede, the caves of the cursed were a fucking nightmare, and they did not get like finished and polished until like the 4 or 5 days before we actually launched. And the same goes for like the title screens, the menus, the UI. Yeah, I can show you like some screenshots, like the Caves of the Curse, like the dungeon area. Originally, this was just what it looked like. It was just like, oh, a dungeon and there's a spooky red light. For some reason, I just put it there because I thought it would look cool. It does look cool, but I was trying to go with cool lighting effects in the dungeon area in the cave. And this was like what became the pizza room break room, or the pizza place's break room, with like the fucking trash maze and stuff like that. This screenshot is from like not that long before we actually launched. And because I was getting so bogged down and working on other things and trying to organize and trying to fix bugs, that I wasn't even able to finish some of my own zones until like the last minute. And like this whole area, I was like, I have no idea what I'm going to put in here. And I messed up the scale very bad. As some of you probably can tell, I messed up the scale very bad on this part of the caves, because you are tiny. This hall is gigantic. in the actual game. And that was because I was rushing and I wasn't testing. The rest of the caves are scaled pretty much appropriately. And then I made this part. And I was like, oh, suddenly we're like super tiny. And then I was like thinking about it, and I thought about Jackal's. I loved Jackal's arcade level, and I was like, we had plans to put like a corrupted arcade machine somewhere in the cave that would like possibly teleport you to a corruption zone, or eventually like it became the pizzeria. And then I saw like all of Jackal's assets, and I was like, the corruption stuff she made for the cabinets, and I was like, you know what? We can turn this into some sort of weird, like, the caves exist as like a weird pocket dimension. And like, so this is going to be the break room. It's going to be full of all the old pizza grease. You're going to be tiny here, but it's fine because there are rats here, and rats are small, right? That makes sense. And it was totally, it ended up working fine, even though Granddad ended up being like fucking gargantuan. But yeah, there were like, there was a lot of polish in the last in the last week or two. The moves, we tweaked move speed a lot. Originally move speed was like was slower. Adding skipping dialogue. So the actions and spells, Neri had implemented the menu like way early on in advance, and I was like, we need to just get something in there or we have to cut it. So I put a bunch of prefab like particle effects that were really dumb, like shooting out dollar bills and like explosions and other stuff were the original things on the action bar. And I asked Mono, who had just finished with the club, you know, you did good with the animations on like the crab dance, like, can you please, you know, can you throw together some more? And he had wanted, you know, having animations or some sort of other interactions early on, and I was like, can you throw some together? And you know, we had a backup in case like they couldn't get done, but we ended up even adding 2 more, the speed up and the jump up things, which people probably know are like the last 2 unlocks that you get, which totally changed the gameplay of the quote-unquote end game. Those were added the last few days because it was like, it would be cool, like the idea had come up before, but it wasn't added until very late. And then it was like, well, people are going to be able to get out of bounds and break the game if we do that. And that's where the idea of, okay, well, let's make the 100% completion be based around breaking the game. And that way people can go to the dev zone and they can see all the concept art and screenshots, and they can get the last unlock, and it'll all kind of work together. And I know people were concerned that we were making it too secret by making it like the 4th emote in the crossroads that was impossible to find, and not really giving too many hints about it. But I think that once people played far enough in to get the speed boost and the jump boost, that they would realize like, oh, I can just like go wherever now. And like, we did a good job because of the QA stuff. We did do a good job of, let me see. I have some pictures of like out of bounds stuff. Like this was the original out of bounds blockade for the pyramid in like the desert. And like people just were able to get completely around it. People were able to go underneath the fucking mountains. There were places that were missing collisions, so people would go underneath and just walk around it. And stuff like that. And eventually it got changed to be like, you know, way more involved. Now there's stuff around the entire area. I'm pretty sure you can still get through if you know what you're doing in around here or back here. I still think it's doable to get to the top of the pyramid. But like, yeah, in the deserts, things like the sandstorm effect was something we had talked about for like weeks, but didn't get implemented until like the very last few days. But like lots of things, like mistakes became miracles, I guess you could say. And really the help of QA and keeping the like testing organized and making sure, you know, things were being tracked on Trello so we could go through and fix things in a reasonable amount of time was like a huge part of making the game what it ended up being. There were some other interesting bugs We had a major issue with some of the networking stuff at one point where there was weird network sync stuff where if the server had been running long enough, like NPCs would like either start to drift or not path correctly. And or NPCs would collide with each other at certain points and they'd get in a fight with each other. I actually have a pretty funny video of it. This is the guard and the emote salesman getting pissed at each other and fighting it out. At a certain point in time, I even told Neri, I was like, if we can't fix this, we can just give these characters dialogue that fits with them fighting with each other. But the thing is that the sync issues with the online stuff really only started to show up within like I don't have the pic of the Oasis brothers fighting now. Not readily available. A few different NPCs were doing it though. Yeah, Lowell and Liam were doing it too, which was funny, and it would have worked with their dialogue. But we actually thought of, you know, if there were sync issues, and we could just restart the servers at certain points in time to fix it. Maybe we could put something in the game that was a mechanic that was in the world that fit with the server resets. So me and Neri had talked about it. We had talked about ideas of making it almost like a Majora's Mask kind of thing where it was like the moon crashing down. Neri even, I don't have it on me, but Neri even made a thing that made it look like the nuke from like Modern Warfare 2. When like someone gets a nuke kill streak and like the whole screen just like starts glowing and then the game ends. We were thinking of like putting something in the world of having a reason why we had to restart the servers. Like we were going to script it to do it automatically, but like every 24 hours we would reset the servers so that the NPCs didn't get too out of sync and that they didn't collide too much and stuff like that. Neri was able to fix it. I can't explain. I know he worked with the actual people who made the networking plugins that we were using, and like he was able to get like some patches and like he did some magic workarounds and stuff like that. And now the servers are actually surprisingly stable. Yeah, and I had a lot of hope once we got into the QA phase that a lot of things that would get done from like my 1 month list would get done in a quick manner, and they did. But the thing is as bugs came up and I realized that like a huge part of the last 3 weeks of the project for me was literally going back and fixing mistakes that I had made when I was still learning Unity. Like, you know, leaving things without colliders or leaving easy places to get out of bounds and jump off the map and like stuff like that. Yeah, Smile Ghost used to teleport all over the place too. And things that I had planned to spend my time on, I had to push to the back burner. I had plans to do some more music. I only did one song, which is the Crossroads song, which I didn't even really do. It's more of a remix of a melody that Bass made, which again, Bass did an amazing job with the music. And I just kind of did a re-instrumentation for one level. And I had plans to do more like ambient sound effects and like soundscape stuff, and like I just didn't have time, and I had to resort to using like, you know, either freesounds.net or whatever it is .org, or like going through. I have a bunch of like sound effects packs for music and stuff like that, going through like all my sample packs that I own and being like, what can I use for a game? What, you know, how do I make this sound? And, you know, picking and choosing a few old classic sounds and stuff like that. But, you know, some of the things like the caves were super unfinished and unpolished. A lot of things didn't work. There were things coming up with like weird rendering and culling issues where like, so in the desert, when you went too far away, things started to just turn black. Here are just different versions of the Crossroads where we're testing different skyboxes because the first one I made it with was too shitty. Here's a nice crusty one. I kind of like the Crossroads at night, to be honest. I think it looks pretty cool, but daytime's a little better, I think. But so yeah, between like some of these major issues, I realized like I had to spend more of my time going and doing other things, and that's when a lot of other people from the team really kind of like stepped up and like helped get those things that I originally was going to do done. Like Jackal helped a ton with it. Bark, Zenny, like all helped find sound effects for different areas. They all helped implement different stuff, like make things that needed to be made at the last minute. You know, it was like not only the caves did I'll talk about it more when I talk about the zones that I actually did, but you know, again, it's better to push our launch date back from a week before the event to a few days before the event to during the event to make sure that the game was good, you know. And I didn't want anyone to get burnt out at all. And I talked to a lot of people in DMs, like some people can attest, like I'd tell people like, please, you know, take a break for a day or two, or like, you don't have to do this right now, you know, like just, you know, go to sleep. And like, you know, sometimes people listen, sometimes they don't. That's, you know, at least I'm trying, right? But the amount of polish and the last minute stuff that came in the last like week or two made it go from like this buggy mess into like a very polished. And like even some of our test builds, like it was like, I have no idea if we can actually get this out the door. And like we can just say, haha, it has bugs, you know, vine sauce, corruptions, bugs. It's okay. We did our best. But I also knew that wouldn't be good enough for a lot of the people. Not only like, it's one thing for me to say like, okay, it'll be fine if we release with some buggy stuff. It's another thing for me to try and tell Neri that it's okay for him to, you know, launch with a broken UI and we can just say we tried our best, you know, or like to have people's characters not implemented or to have the music sound wrong or something like that. You know, I can show you some of the funny things in some of the builds. Like, you know, it's easy for me to say as someone who's managing the whole project to be like, yeah, it's okay if we slip up a bit, but you know, it's harder on those individuals like to see their stuff not come out the way that they intended, right? But you know, people playing it for the first time when we first launched it, I don't know if fucking Stamos is still here, but he sniped the download on itch before like anyone else got it. Neri uploaded a version that had a bug and he took it down immediately, but Stamos already had it. Like the game was playable and it had a few issues, but like it was like, you know, it was doable. It was downloadable for a little bit at first. And I mean, he found some issues and some bugs that I think some of them we fixed and some of them we didn't. I mean, it's not a big deal that, I mean, we were posting it to itch. Yeah, you probably were one of the only ones. I'll give it a rating later. Maybe when I play it in a little bit. So I want to talk about some of the stuff that I made really quick. I've talked about it on Twitter a little bit. And I talked a little bit about it here. I ended up doing 5 of the zones. The Crossroads, OC, the Psychedelic Swamp, Forgotten Forest, and Caves of the Cursed. I mentioned it before. I think all of my locations were probably the least interesting ones in the game. I think they're cool, and I think I did a good job. But compared to like the stuff that Jackal or Bark or Zenny made, like because they were able to, and Mono too with the club, because they were able to focus on like 1 or 2 things. I feel like their levels had a lot more detail in them and a lot more visual storytelling, and mine were just kind of like big mazes to explore, which is fine. I think some came out better than others. So let me talk about a few of them, I guess, or something. Where'd that picture go? So this is like one of the first versions of the Crossroads. Again, I made the Crossroads in like 2 days. Like very basically after we merged stuff, and I was like, oh, we don't have a hub zone and we need to make a build. You like the mock-up logo? What is that? This was the 3D mock-up logo that I made for the itch page, just using assets from the game. It was kind of cool, a lot of bloom. But so the Crossroads, we needed the hub, and I had been putting it off, working on other levels and stuff like that. And I had the idea, the original concepts, I think you can see some of them in the concept art areas. Wherever did I put those? Not in this one. Like in this one, you can see this was Mono's first mock-up of what the Crossroads was. Just like an open area with a bunch of tunnels leading to the different places. And then I did this was like way back when I was doing those early test zones and I didn't know how to use Unity for shit. I made this was my first idea for the Crossroads, was it was just going to be a big open area with paths, and it was like hella fucking Unity terrain. Which you shouldn't be afraid of Unity terrain. You can use it well, if you figure it out. Occlusion hell, yeah, pretty much. And it was just going to be like you kind of run and the different portals are in the different areas. At some point in time when I was making the other levels, I was like, you know what would be cool if the Crossroads was like this magical area with teleports that was all like broken and fractured, and it was just like floating islands. And that way you can keep it small and condensed and keep it as a hub without having it be like a big open forest area. Yeah, Mono's probably was based off of the concepts that you drew up, Scoot. Let me see. Is this it? No. Is this it? No. Is this it? Yeah, but it's cut off. And Jackal drew up some versions of there's a little map over here. You can see these in the game, of how the zones would be connected. And in secret, this is bad of me to do, as someone. Yeah, I have them somewhere on my computer, but I'm lazy. At some point I was like, I'm just gonna do the thing that I think would be cool and hope I don't piss anyone else off, which I think a lot of people in their own little way kind of did, and it kind of worked out in a lot of ways. But the initial idea with the Crossroads was it was going to be like the tutorial and the initial spawn location. So you only had a couple NPCs, one kind of showing you that you could get emotes from an NPC, the other giving you some lore and backstory, and then telling you about that you should talk to everybody and that you can find pieces of, the fractured emotes or whatever just floating around, and the Crossroads frog has a floating emote right behind it. And then the friend there being like, there are other friends, go find them, and they have, stuff. And the thing is I really wanted to design it so that people could just walk in, pick a direction, and start exploring. Again, that's where my my zone connection idea came into play. I wanted most of the areas to be able to you could go to one place in the Crossroads and never go back to the Crossroads and still see every area in the game. That was something that I thought was kind of important to make it feel not only more like a world, but also more like MMO-like, I guess. So initially you couldn't get to the Vapor Zone either. I didn't put the arcade cabinet in the cloud until later when I actually played through the Vapor Zone, and I was like, because it was supposed to be kind of a secret originally, and people would find it in other zones, but it was too good, and I was like, it needs to be people need to be able to find it at the beginning and feel like they found something special and secret if they did, which is why I kind of hid the entrance. It wasn't because I was trying to hide Jackal's work, because Jackal's work was amazing, and there were times where I was like, I feel like this might be coming off wrong if I'm not like, it's not included with all of the other zones, but it was kind of unique to the game compared to some of the other areas, which had more of a fantasy theme, and then suddenly we had a vaporwave theme area. Yeah, the only area you can't get to from the crossroads of the main areas that were on the initial design doc is the cave. The cave you can only get to through the forest, or you can get to it from the vape zone through the pizzeria, the arcade machine. So the crossroads, really, it is the hub, but the idea was to make it so that you can get through the entire game without ever having to go back to the hub once you leave. So the first zone that I actually made that was like in the game was OC. This is like the very first rough blocking of the OC. It was one of the first ones I made because it seemed like it would be quick. There wasn't a lot actually planned for it in terms of points of interest. And honestly, I think it was probably the most boring zone in the game until we added the club. I mean, the club had been planned, but like the Mono was making it. And again, this is why I was stressing early on, like, maybe we should license some assets or use free assets and try our best to make it not look like an asset flip. Because if I have to wait for assets, like the game's never going to get done, right? So this was like kind of the initial blocking for it. You can see like there's like I put the toad for scale, which I didn't do in later areas. And I did really simple, like, most of OC was free assets. You can see a lot of stuff doesn't look as nice as it does in the final game. Like I redid the water shader, I redid the skybox, I redid a lot of different stuff over time. Here it was once it had like vegetation, but like we still didn't have, there was no lighthouse, there was no I had some ideas of where we could potentially put the club, but it wasn't like super fleshed out. Oh yeah, this version also has these like billboard palm trees that ended up getting taken out because you never even saw them. And then eventually I fleshed out a little bit more. I fleshed out the lighthouse area, which again was a free asset. I mean, I would have loved to have made all this stuff myself, but like, and sorry if it's ruining the mystique of the game that we did use some free assets and that we did use some licensed assets, but I think they were used tastefully. And I think they fit the game for the most part. I think the biggest mistake that I made was that, on one asset pack that I used, it has the posters of Keanu Reeves and fucking Nicolas Cage. And they kind of work, but that was in the prefab, and I should have changed them to something that was more fitting for the game. But I literally did not notice until like the last few days. And so they're in the game. So the creators of the asset pack, no, it was not intentional. No, 100% not intentional. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was totally intentional. Forget what I just said. So here's kind of an overview. What I ended up doing was I made the area that would eventually become the Clab Club area. And the idea was always to kind of put it in one of the corners of the map and have like you hear the music pumping in the distance and it like attracts you to that area. Here's what it looks like before it got finished in the game. If you know what it looks like, this area looks like in game, like it looks a lot more clean and polished and like nice sand, and the club looks great. And yeah, so OC was really the first area I did to completion. It only took me like getting to this point here, I think took me a week or something, probably less. Because at that point I was like, I knew I was doing at least 2 zones, maybe 3. And in the worst case scenario, I was doing like 5 or 6. So I was trying to move fast with some of my early stuff. The next thing that I started working on was the swamp. And here's the first screenshot of the swamp, which would eventually be scrapped. The swamp was basically made, really, it was made twice and then it was completely redone. So technically, sort of, maybe 3 times. My initial idea, so like with the beach, I did it kind of differently because it felt like a simple area. But once I got to the swamp and the forest, and I was like, how do you make a video game swamp and a video game forest? My idea, and I know some level designers will tell you this is a bad way to design levels. Some people did a better job with platforming than others. Like Zenny and Bark had a lot of good platforming in their levels. Jackal had some platforming. We talked about it early on that like, oh yeah, we'll have some platforming puzzles that you can get emotes at. And I would have put more platforming in my levels if I had had more time and if I had more like focus. But I felt like I needed to pump them out to a point where they were presentable. So like all the levels I did very much lack platforming actually. Except for like a little tiny bit. So the swamp, this was the first version of the swamp that I made. And it looks like fucking shit. And my idea when I started making levels was, okay, I put the like this is the start of the area. What does it feel like? What does it look like when you first see it? Like, I know some level designers are like, don't build a scene around a static camera, which I agree is not a good thing to do. But I think when you're trying to get the feeling of what your level is going to be like, that's a very helpful thing to do. You start with a static scene of like, here's my camera. It's perfectly placed. Wow, this level looks so cool from this one angle. And that gives you the like design language of, even if you redo the entrance or starting area, that gives you the design language of like, what you want the area to look like and the feeling you want it to have. And then you do the level design part where you're like putting locations and directing players and guiding them. You do that after you know what the like the visual language of the area is going to be. So my first swamp, I was testing swamp water. I was testing assets. You can see this is kind of the, when you first spawned into the swamp, this is what it looked like. We knew we wanted to have like scummy pools and like weird alien looking plants and mushrooms. And we wanted to have a mushroom forest area. And when I first started, the mushroom assets that I had were not very good. They were meant to be used very small. They were extremely low poly. And they did not work for getting that idea of like the forest scale at all. Yeah, it looks like Half-Life 1. It totally does. Well, that was kind of some of the inspiration for some of the stuff in the swamp too, was Half-Life. Like the eyeball things Mono made, and some of the alien plant life and stuff like that. So I had gotten about this far. This was the actual original layout. So I made that starting scene, and then I did terrain for like, how is the player going to walk through this level? And we originally had ideas for like a waterfall grotto and a mountain that you end up on at the end, and you can look over the whole swamp. Thank God we didn't do that, because that would have been a fucking occlusion nightmare. Yo, what's up, Norix? So by the time I did this, I was like, this sucks. And I was like, I'm just going to start over from scratch. I was like, this is not good. It doesn't look good. To me, the big thing was like, the swamp didn't feel oppressive enough when you first went into it. Like, if this was your spawn in the swamp, it's like, ooh, look at this big open Unity terrain full of mushrooms and some liquid. And I was just not feeling it. I was like, this looks bad, and I'm not happy with the layout. I need to do something else. And that's when I started on the second version of the swamp. And I did the same thing where I had a starting area, and it was like, okay, this is what it's going to look like when you start. And this is one of the first screenshots of the starting area, which looks pretty much the same as how it looks in game. There's like more grass, better fog, like some more stuff going on. This is before. So the water in the swamp, there's a plane that has the water shader that you can actually, has no collision. You can walk through it. And then there's another plane underneath the water shader that has collision. And it's a giant emissive plane with a bright green light. And what that does is it ended up giving the swamp water. I don't think it has it in this picture either. If you've played the game, you kind of know. Yeah, no, it's in this picture. The water glows. Like there's like it glows on like a bunch of the static objects around it. It looks like it's glowing, and that was hell to bake, but it was basically just an entire glowing plane underneath the surface of the water to splash light everywhere on all the geometry and stuff like that, which was cool because originally it looked like this, which I don't think looks bad, but having like the glowing aspect of it, I think made it look way more like magical and stuff like that. So here's like the very first slime village. The hut was something I purchased. I bought this asset. I think it was probably like 15-20 bucks or something. It caused a lot of problems. I had to redo a lot of the textures and stuff like that because they didn't fit the game at all. And I forgot to put collision on parts of it, as some people have reported. But I just, again, at this point in the game, it was like, I just need to make areas that are kind of blocked out and have the stuff, and then like move on to the next area, do the next thing, put in some cool particle effects and stuff like that. Here's an early, so I had done just the entry. Like I had planned it out in kind of phases, whereas like you come in, you go through, you walk and you have like a crossroad, like a little T here, and you can go to the slime village, or you can go across here. And then you have like kind of this, I knew this was going to be a mushroom forest, and I knew this was going to be the alien abduction site. I didn't really, and I knew the vaporwave thing was going to be somewhere over here. It wasn't super planned out this early on. And part of that, again, kind of came back to bite me in the ass. So like, here's a screenshot. This is what the area outside of the slime village looked like. There's no like, in the final game, there's like a bench and there are fences all along here and a bunch of grass and stuff like that. Originally, I just had these trees and this moss, and I was like, oh yeah, that'll kind of obscure the player's view and it'll tease what's coming up or whatever. But in reality, it made it so that there was no occlusion in the level, and the swamp became a major performance problem. Like, Neri was like, dude, this thing runs like shit. No one's going to be able to run this. It would crash frequently on my because of some GPU fucking issue. And so like 2 weeks before launch, I was like, this was right around that. It was kind of timed well anyways, because this was around when Mono gave me like all of his mushroom assets and like the eyeballs, and like, I had more access to some of the stuff other people had worked on. And eventually it became like, okay, you know what? I just need to put a wall here. There just needs to be a wall so people can't see the mushrooms and we can properly occlude, and it'll be good. And originally this area, all the water areas in the swamp had giant like invisible boundaries around them, which I think people would have hated if I left them in, because like some areas had them, some didn't, because you were supposed to be able to get through some areas but not others. And I ended up taking a lot of those out eventually when I redid the zone. So this is the same area, right, in the actual finished game. So putting in these big walls, putting in all the eye shrooms, the vine shrooms. You see, I kept the trees and the vine stuff that was, or like the moss. I just put it way higher so that like this whole area could block off your view. As soon as I saw Mono's eyeball shrooms, I was like, we have to make those pop out of the water and like look around at stuff. the slime village, I thought, we have the guards and stuff like that. We need to put in walls and we need to make it like its own little town and things like that. So the swamp, a couple weeks before launch, got an entire redo essentially. And the other big thing about the swamp, so custom assets, of course, bring a huge amount of polish. How much of the slime village was the ARG? A lot of references in there were ARGs, and because of Slime Champ, yeah. So oopsies. So really this area only came together really nice after I finally had like, more of the custom assets, and I was able to go back and spend time redoing things. Like this is an early version of me redoing it before a lot of the stuff had been added in. And before I added like grass and things like that. Yeah, intro song is bass. And then the other thing is, so the abduction, I'm sure most of you know the abduction part of the game, which was the signal simulator, Joel's signal simulator reference, where like one part of the game, there's a shoe and you walk up to the shoe, and as soon as you walk up to it, a big bright light shines on you and you look up and there's a ship there. And Mono kept telling me, he's like, we got to do the signal sim reference. We got to do the signal sim reference. And I had seen some of Joel's signal simulator streams and they were good. I didn't see the shoe part. I had no idea what he was talking about. And I was like, yeah, okay, I'll get to it. Like, and for a long time, in pretty much all of our Q&A builds, there was just a normal teleporter there that took you to the alien ship. And there was a static floating ship above it that Mono had made, which was based off of the design of the alien ship in 3D Movie Maker. Let me see if I have the picture of it. And Mono totally, I was just gonna wing it and use illegal stolen assets, but Mono was like, no, I'll make that. And he did a great job with it. And so up until literally the night before we were planning on launching, so this was less than a week ago. This was on Wednesday. Wednesday night, I stayed up until like 4 or 5 in the morning because I felt really bad. There were a couple of things, like Bark did the centipedes and like the zipper in the caves, and Mono did the UFO, and I felt really bad that like they had put work in. If I just like stuck the asset there and had it floating there and was like, sorry guys, didn't have time to make it animate right, or didn't have it time to make it cool, like you just walk into the portal, I felt like that I would have kind of failed them a little bit. And the fact that they put work into making these things that were going in my levels. And so yeah, Wednesday, like the night before, I stayed up until like 5 in the morning scripting the entire abduction thing so that you would walk in into the radius of the shoe, the light would appear, to the particle effects, animating the abduction thing, making it so if you walked away, the ship would fly away properly. And like, it's those little like details of polish that like make things like really cool. Because like, yeah, if you walk into that area and you're like, oh, there's a UFO floating there and a teleport, okay, I guess I'll go in the ship, versus walking to that area and having no idea and just seeing like rocks and mushrooms and some weird runes and like the shoe sitting there. I don't think the alien abduction was even in any of our quote unquote QA builds. It was in the builds that were like, this is trying to be the final build that we release. Like most people, it was a surprise for them. Even the people who had been doing QA stuff, it was a surprise for them. Because I just like, I was having trouble sleeping a lot the week before we launched. And I was like, I just kept thinking about like, I don't want to be lazy with other people's stuff. And I don't want to just like, leave a floating ship there. That would have been boring. But a lot of that happened with the caves too. Like the swamp and the caves at certain points in time were like my least favorite zones that I had worked on. And then after the polish and like once they had sound effects, once they had music, stuff like that, like they started to become some of my favorite areas. But yeah, the swamp was a challenge. Where Whiskey helped me with the initial design of the swamp too, like thinking up a layout of like how players could progress it through it and where some of the points of interest would be and stuff like that. Let me see. So the next thing, let's get rid of the swamp shit for now. But yeah, the swamp came out. It came out cool. I mean, even the alien abduction area wasn't like put in until like when we first merged. This was just empty space when we first merged the project. Yeah. Well, I have a lot of pictures open. All right, so the next thing was the forest that I worked on. Here is a cool shot of the forest complete, or mostly complete, from above and what it looks like. And the big thing when I started on the forest was, how do you make a video game forest that isn't just a big flat empty area with trees? How do you make it where it's like, you know, an actual area you can navigate and places feel unique, but it feels like kind of like I felt with the swamp. Like, how do I make it feel like when you walk in, like, oh yeah, this is a forest? And one of the big things I use, highly recommend this website if you're interested in video games or game development at all, is noclip.website. And let's go over to 3DS. We'll go to Majora's Mask 3D, and let's go to Lost Woods here. This is a website that lets you look at in-game models for websites and stuff like that. A website that lets you look at in-game models for games. And it's a great website. They have like Dark Souls stuff. There are a lot of games, a lot of Zelda stuff. But mainly, I looked at Dark Souls forests. I looked at Zelda, like multiple Zelda game forests. The biggest inspiration, 100%, was from the Majora's Mask, like initial, like Lost Woods tutorial area. This is the 3DS version. I actually ripped 3DS textures, thinking that I might be able to use some of them. I didn't end up using any of them, but I got the inspiration for the glowy woods on the sides of the level came 100% from this. And the idea of, you know, having some big static trees and like, you know, big tree trunks and things like that. If I go to, what was it? I think it was Twilight Princess. Was it Farronwoods? Or I looked at both of these quite a bit. Was it Farronwoods? Yeah, so like Farronwoods kind of gave me the idea of like, so like if you zoom out, you can see how like structured this environment is, you know, to like make you feel like you're in a place that's bigger than it is, but really it's just a series of like corridors and like points of interest and stuff like that. So like seeing this gave me more of the idea of like, okay, well, I can have different, you know, tiers, like raised levels of like geometry in this location. I can actually show you guys in Unity probably. Maybe we're at that point where I should start showing shit in Unity. So let's go look at my beautiful hierarchy here. And let me turn fog off really quick so we can see what's going on. This might run a little shitty just because of things. So here's the forest. If I turn off the vegetation, and let's put this, let's turn off the light mapping here really quick. And I can make this full screen so you guys can see. So the first thing I did when I was making this was that let me turn off gizmos too, was I started with Unity Terrain. And I was like, okay, I'm going to make like a little bit of a maze layout. And like, so here's the bottom level of the maze. And then I'll go through and I'll make there's going to be a second level of the maze, right? And that second level is going to go up, and eventually there's going to be a third level, and I tried to make it like tiered so it felt like there were different parts. Realistically, it's very easy in the game. With some of the changes we made, it became very easy to just like jump up a lot of these, and I knew that was going to be the case, and I didn't really feel like it was necessary to fix it, because it felt like, you know what, if people get annoyed, like if you accidentally fall down here, having to go from here all the way back around, either this way all the way back around here and then up and over, going all the way back through here and up and over, it would have been a huge fucking pain in the ass. So at a certain point I was like, you know what, if people can jump up, like you can jump up really easily here behind the Chronos camp and stuff like that to get to the Necromancer Tower. If people jump through stuff, it's fine. It's not a big deal. There's some pretty egregious use of Unity terrain in these areas. These giant fake tree trunks, I should have probably just like made a very simple like cylinder asset for tree trunks, but I used Unity's terrain instead. And legitimately though, when fog is on and like the like let's put lighting on, let's put fog back on, and then you put the vegetation back on, suddenly they don't look so bad anymore. I mean, the texture stretching is still pretty bad because no triplanar mapping or whatever, but at a certain point, like if you stand in the right places as a player, like this is like, it looks very convincing. Like, oh, that's a giant tree with like big branches coming out and stuff like that. A lot of the level design stuff I found was like, you know, it's really about giving the illusion of certain things and not trying to actually like create those things, right? So the forest really, I mean, it has trees in it. It doesn't really have that many trees in it, but they're big enough that when you go into the forest and you're on the ground as a wee lad, and you know, you have the fog on, which is limiting your view and stuff like that. And the actual lighting could have baked way better in the forest, but there were some major issues. But like, you know, when you're in here and you look up and you know, there's open space, but you see like the dense trees in the distance and stuff like that. And I added a lot of particle effects too. So like all of these, let me turn on animated materials. You can see like I used shaders to make the trees wave. A lot of the plants and stuff just kind of wave. And I used particle effects for like leaves that blow around and fog and stuff like that. Like if I select, there's one over here. There's some particles that I can probably see. Like you can see this mist particle suddenly playing now. I don't know if Unity has a thing to play all particles in scene in editor view, but that would be nice. But like, yeah, so there's like mist in a few different places. I got the firefly thing. Let me see if I can just find my leaf particle. Probably not. Keep your hierarchies clean while you make your level too. It helps you way more in the long run. Yeah, so here's the leaf particle effect. I actually think I turned the settings up on this for screenshots, and the main game they're actually not as prevalent, but like really simple particle effects, like just these leaves that blow around and they rotate, and then like eventually they just fade away, and then they get remade up top, and then they start again. Simple stuff like that really like makes a level feel real. And like the time it takes to make a particle system like this, like Unity's particle system creator isn't the best, but like it really did not take that long. Like I learned by downloading prefabs of other people's particle effects, and then I was like, okay, I'll make a new one from scratch. And then here, you know, I'll use what I learned from this other particle system to make, you know, what I needed to do, you know. So I tried to include, even though my details aren't like the references and stuff like that, my details are more in like, I guess, trying to make the levels feel like real places or convincing places, at least, considering how fake they actually are. But yeah, this is just like a big like cone collider that basically dumps leaves at the start of its cycle and then waits for them to go down, and then it redoes it. Fairly simple. So yeah, the forest didn't actually caused me a lot of issues. It was just, there wasn't a lot to go off of initially. Like, we had the idea that it was going to be like the forest of like all the dead, like a bunch of dead characters and like references to ghosts, and like, you know, we wanted the Chrono Trigger reference in here. Bass did an amazing job. The forest didn't feel finished to me until Bass made the music, and I was like, it's my favorite track in the game too. Speaking of which, I'm going to go and play it. The swamp and the forest are like amazing. I love this song. And I think it fits this environment so well too. But yeah, it was really jams. When I was doing my initial layout and stuff like that, if I turn this stuff off again, let me turn vegetation off. When I was making a lot of my levels, like both the swamp and the forest, were really kind of just like, okay, I'm gonna draw a little maze, and I know I'm gonna put the graveyard here, I'm gonna put Chrono's camp here, Necromancer Tower, let's stick over here, and then the cave will be over here, and then we'll fill in the gaps essentially. And that's how you know, a lot of my design went. And sometimes, to an extent, some of it shows. Like, you can see how like poorly thought out some areas are, or how poorly I used the terrain system, and stuff like that. Like over here, oh my god. But the thing is once you add all the different layers in, you kind of don't really see that stuff anymore. You just kind of start to see the actual forest itself instead of the horrible Unity terrain. So that's most of the forest. I mean, it's probably the biggest abuse of the terrain system, Unity's default terrain in the game. But it doesn't look that bad. And then let's talk about the last zone here. Cave of the Cursed. And what a curse. Oh, also we messed with different like color palettes in terms of like the fog and stuff like that. Originally, like, we had some ideas for going with a much more like whitish fog for the forest. I personally liked like these darker like blue grays, and I actually really liked this really saturated blue too. Could have been a little darker. This is not real. That was a jape. But yeah, it was about kind of creating those little areas and figuring it out. And then, so for the caves, let's talk about the caves. That's the next place I made. The caves are a fucking nightmare. Here's one of the earliest shots of the caves. I did use a modular prefab pack to help me build it. It was a nightmare because it's dark. It's all interior. When all the zones I've been doing have been like big open areas where I can just throw down some terrain, put a bunch of stuff on the terrain, and it looks good. This was tackling a whole different thing, that it was all interior and that it would have to be lit internally, not just use directional light from the sun to light the scene and rely on global illumination. And it was not easy. I had a lot of troubles with seams. I had a lot of trouble with collision. Again, this is very early on. This is kind of what I made, and I'm like, okay, that's the basic layout for what the cave is going to be. You notice it doesn't have the entire entryway part, which I knew I was going to do. I just didn't know how I was going to do it. But it has like the big mushroom room. It has the centipede room. It has where this was going to be just a giant pit originally, but then I was like, you know, lava is cool. Let's put some lava in the game. And then of course the meme dungeon. And this wasn't planned to be like a corruption hell area at first. And then I did what I did kind of with the swamp, where it was like, I need to think about like the design language of this area and what it's going to look like and how it's going to feel. So I started doing early tests on the mushroom room. This is include using fog too. The cave ended up not having fog. It has height fog, but height fog's a little bit different. And so the first thing I did was like, I'm gonna make this room is gonna be cool, and it's gonna be dark and glowing. It's gonna have the glowing mushrooms and like cool, like, you know, glowy butterflies flying around, and trying to figure out, you know, how do I fill empty spaces? Like, how do I fill these pits and stuff like that? And make, you know, what is this cave gonna look like? And that's also when I started experimenting, because the cave textures, a lot of them were way too high resolution and didn't fit the more like cartoony or like hand drawn style of the game. At a certain point, I started replacing textures with other ones that, of course, they weren't intended to go there, but it ended up kind of working. Some look better and worse than others. And then this is once I had added the height fog effect in. And this was like, okay, this is what this parts of this zone should feel like, was when I got to this point. And I was like, so doing one room and making one room look really good was really kind of crucial to like informing some of the other areas, like how, you know, how the hallways are going to look. Here's a cool screenshot of one of the fog things that I tried using that ended up not really working right, but it looked cool anyways. But yeah, just more detail. This is a very early version of what the entryway looked like. I ended up making it a lot darker and a lot bluer. And like, here's the layout of the zone with the actual entryway once it was implemented. You can see there are a lot of empty places. There's a path here that goes nowhere. I had a lot of spaces that were like not enclosed at this point, and this was pretty close to when we merged our zones, and there were a lot of rooms that I had to go back through and like enclose them so that you couldn't see outside of the barriers and stuff like that. Which again, doing an interior area like this is an absolute nightmare. And I also played with doing, because it was interior and everything was relying on lights in the scene and not relying on like global illumination or like directional lights. I was like, you know, I'm going to put some cool effects in different areas where, you know, there's cool light glowing out of stuff and like, you know, it looks neat or whatever shit. The idea was to put lots of interesting lights and glowy things and stuff like that to make the area feel, give it that magic and stuff like that. And you notice there's no corruption blocks here or anything like that. This is way before that even came into play. And here, this is once I had finished the lava area. This is the cave in a this is around what it was when we merged. You can see the dungeon's still empty. I have the placeholder like sample stuff still here. But a lot of the geometry was like placed and done. You can see this is with the lighting actually turned on. You can see how dark it is. Let me close these. Let me get back to Unity, please. Let's open up the caves. All right, so caves, you can see when the lights are off, it's hard to see anything in the caves. Even with them on, Neri had to implement these big occlusion planes because the caves were crashing people's computer because there were so many seams, and like, since there's really no floor and no ceiling in this level, what would happen is, if even with properly baked occlusion, you'd like look, especially right here, there was like a seam somewhere here where you'd look and it would be trying to render the entire level, and it was causing major FPS issues. It was causing major crashing issues and stuff like that. So we ended up just putting giant black cubes to block occlusion and fix any potential seams. And you can even, if I go in, Bung Corner is where Bungie lives. Occlusion hack, yeah, if I select this, you can see it's basically just a bunch of, or even if I go through and select these, you can see it's a bunch of different primitive shapes like blocking off portions of the dungeon had really bad seams that you'd be able to like see into other parts of the level, and the occlusion would get all fucked up. It was, yeah, the cave needed a lot of work. Originally, like the centipede room, I can show you, I think I have it in one of the earlier builds, is like this had no walls. You could just see out into the ceiling. Like there was a bunch of stuff that didn't get finished. And at one point I was messing around with like, I was like, okay, I've got to put Jackal's corrupted arcade machines somewhere. I was like, I'm going to stick them in the corner of the dungeon for now, and I'll figure out what I'm going to do with this shit later. And I put them down and I was like, you know what would be fun is if let me restart the music. Is if you know, like we're gonna have, how do I connect the vaporwave area or the pizzeria with the caves? Like it's kind of hard to do. And I put these here and I was like, you know what, I'll figure out something here. And I thought about, okay, I knew you players were too small when they came in here. I was like, we could put the rat, this can be like the break room, and we can have the pizza music playing and like the meme dungeon. Like this is the funny part of the caves. And we had lots of problems with light mapping. And at one point I was like looking at the textures on the arcade machines. Yo, Babbitt, thanks for the resub. Appreciate that. Yeah, originally the sponge mouth was the cave portal. And then eventually I was like, you know, we're like, this doesn't really work. If I could have put the cave teleport someplace else, but then coming up with the idea and making it part of the pizzeria, like I think worked out really well and was pretty funny in a lot of ways. That this is the break room for the pizzeria is at the end of this like hell dungeon. But I saw Jackal's material and I was like, you know what? Maybe I can just start putting that material on other stuff in the zone and be like, oh, where it's, yeah, there's going to be corruptions. And so I made a new version of the material that was emissive. I made a few different versions that had different like tiling settings and animation settings. And I started putting it on stuff throughout the cave. And the idea was that as you went through, you saw these bits of pieces of the cave that like were just like not right or not functioning properly. This is where Smile Ghost starts his 8-minute loop, by the way. And to make it less of like a realistic video game cave and be like just a weird, like abstract kind of nightmare. And then eventually when you get to the actual, ooh, cool Unity. Once you get to the actual, this part, the dungeon part, you start seeing like the corruption really taking hold. I do feel like there's certain zones that are better played through when you go to them from a certain direction. I think the vape zone is much better if you go there from the swamp or from the crossroads for the first time and you go through the installation sequence. I think the cave is much better if you go through it from the forest first instead of going through from the pizzeria. I think it still works, but like certain things I made intent thinking players were going to go through it one direction, and it ended up not working that way, but that was fine. I think the effect and the idea still works. Corruption texture is all the arcade cabinet textures put together and ran through an image corruptor. Yeah, you can see all, if you look closely, yeah, you can see all the different textures for the arcades and stuff like that. And then the idea here was just like, I had this big empty space and it was like, first off, how do I explain why the player is way too fucking small now? How do I fill up this empty space? And how do I transition from this like scary dungeon entrance into something very lighthearted? And the idea of just putting a bunch of trash here, which Mr. Shrink literally says, welcome to my dungeon of trash. And he has a line about like the player getting smaller. Is that as you're running through here, like the scale of stuff is getting a little bit weird. Like, oh, suddenly these mushrooms are really big. And now there are giant books here. And it was also a place to like force players to avoid Smile Ghost at different times. Like Smile Ghost runs through the maze. because having it big and open, like players can just stand off to the side. And then kind of just transitioning into like, yeah, this is the break room for the pizza place, and like here's where the meme dungeon is. And this teleport here sends you back to close to where the beginning of the cave is. I think most of you might know where this goes. But the idea was that if you got caught by Smile Ghost, that some players might look over here and go down here and see, oh, I'm back at where, like, close to where I started, and I can like go through the level like from the beginning again, to give let the level loop a little bit. Yeah, the meme dungeon characters, I had a really tough time getting these NPCs to work for some reason, and they only came together the last few days, and even then they have issues. Like, for some reason, Cursby, if you stand too close to him, he won't talk to you. The highlighting on the Pantsless King looked too weird. It would just like highlight certain parts of the barrel. So I took it off, and some people don't even realize you can talk to him. Originally, their text would float above them, but you can see it behind the bars, so I pulled the text out in front. Yeah, you can talk to Cursby, and you can talk to the Pantless King. Pantless King doesn't have an outline, neither does Raymond, but Cursby does have an outline. You have to stand like in the middle, you have to stand like here to talk to him. And then, yeah, I hid... Oh, so the friends. A lot of you probably saw the true friends. Because we had, like, the NPC cardboard friends that were, like, in a totally different art style, I still wanted to include the original friend. And I put him in pretty much every zone. I think the only zone he's not in is the desert. I think I forgot to put him in the desert. But otherwise, he's everywhere else. And my lore is that the friend is actually, since he's not cardboard, it's actually him. He's the one who caused the kingdoms to break apart and for everybody to turn into cardboard. Because he's everywhere at the same time, and he's nowhere at the same time, and it seems like he can move around freely. If I had time, I would have made them like interactable. Like if you look at them and press a button, like they disappear and like it has a message or something. But I just didn't have time for that. But yeah, I can show you more of the other areas in case you didn't catch them. Alien ship, I didn't put one of those friends because Jackal already made a sick hybrid friend. So that was the caves one. In the Clab Club, I don't think Mono even knows I put this in here. So in the Clab Club, the friend, you would look around and you're like, where's there a friend here? I don't see a friend. And then if you look up here, friend is hanging up from the rafters. And he's actually pretty easy to see in game if you look for him. You can also zoom and see him pretty easily. But yeah, so there's a friend. There's a friend up there in the Clab Club. Crossroads one is pretty easy to find. The Crossroads one is over here, hiding behind a mushroom. You ever plan on updating it? We have a plan to update some quality of life things and fix... We already fixed a few things in some levels. And, yeah, I don't think we're going to be adding new areas or anything. Like, we all need to take a break for a little while first. But, yeah, we might do a couple updates in terms of just simple stuff. You know, we might decide we're bored and we want something to do. So the thing is adding new areas requires redoing the servers or re-uploading the servers and doing a new server build. I mean, the potential is there, but I'm not going to promise anything because I think we all need to take a little bit of a break. So yeah, Crossroads, there's a friend there. Forest, we already looked at the forest, but I will show you friend. for all you friend hunters out there. This friend's a little bit harder to spot because of the fog, but he's a little bit bigger. He's up here in the Necromancer's Tower. So you can see him. Maybe he's the Necromancer, who knows? But yeah, when you get this emote, you can see him from here if you look carefully. Yep, there's one on the beach. So the desert, I forgot to put one in. My bad. Let's see, pizzeria. How many of you caught the pizzeria, friend? Vinny found it. I was actually impressed. I know I can literally add one before the next update. I will, but I'm not going to do it on stream. People will see then and it'll be spoiled. Vinny actually found this one, which was I was impressed by, because I feel like this is one of the ones that most people aren't going to run into. The tiny one in the sauce. Jackal, did you know that one was there? Because I thought you saw that one after I had added it. You didn't know? You didn't know he was there? In all of these in the hierarchy too, he's called True Friend. And I just went into other people's scenes and just put him in while people weren't looking. But yeah, there's a friend right there. Let's see. I didn't put one in the main vapor zone because I considered this one in the or did I? No, I didn't put one in the main vapor zone because I considered this one to be kind of like part of the vapor zone. Let's see. The one in OC is pretty easy to find, but also in kind of a weird place. Oh yeah, I didn't mention the bus. So originally my idea was like, oh, maybe over here, I have empty space here by where the swamp portal is. Maybe we can just like put a weird road and like a tunnel and the bus comes in over here or something. And at a certain point, I was like, fuck it. You know what? He just drives the bus through the ocean to get here. He just like gets in and he drives through the ocean because that just makes sense for like desert bus. And that's why the bus here, which actually we updated, why the bus here has like all the weird shit strapped on it and the one in the desert doesn't. But yeah, so the friend is right here all along. Yeah, the water I redid here multiple times. I can actually give you a link. It's actually, if you look in the attributions.txt in the game, bus backwards is sub. That's a very good point. If you look in the attributions, there's a link to the water shaders. I used the shaders, but I completely changed a lot of the parameters on them for all the different areas. And like the water in all my areas was basically from this one dude. And at one point, the water looked way worse in OC, but I fixed it up. Yeah, here's Cherry. A lot of people didn't get this reference, which is fine. It wasn't really meant to be got. It's Cherry on Horror Island. I'll show you guys another secret. Check this out. See this holy geometry? There's an arch at the bottom of the ocean. Yo, what's up, Vinny? There's an arch at the bottom of the ocean. That's from when I showed you guys some of the screenshots of like my early levels, the like for tests, like the desert one that had like geometry and stuff like that. I just never deleted this arch and it's just at the bottom of the ocean. I think one person found it by accident by getting out of bounds before I put this like giant plane to make it so that you couldn't get out. Let's see. So that was the sea. Let's go to the swamp. Oh wait, I need the hierarchy. Let's go here. Try to avoid spoilers. Don't watch. Okay, so the friend here. This one's more obvious because I didn't change the shader. He's in the outhouse here. Ignore the cool Unity lighting glitch that is occurring. I can't move now. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff initially. Also, another fun thing, you know, I talked about how I wanted to have like an oppressive, like claustrophobic environment when you come in. A lot of what is up here to make that is not attached to anything. It's literally just like floating branches that I cut. I went in Blender and I like cut a bunch of models apart. A lot of, yeah, rocks. So it depends. Like they came from different sources, Norix. So the game is a mix of free assets. There aren't as many free assets in the final game. We got rid of a lot of them because they just weren't as nice. Some of them are still in the game. Licensed assets where we went and bought, you know, paid money to like buy the asset pack, and then stuff that's made 100% from scratch. So it's a combination from all of those things. I'd say the zones that I worked on, which again are the OC, the swamp, the forest, the caves, and the crossroads, have a lot more of the licensed stuff than the other zones did, because I don't know how to model. I'm not good. I don't know how to use Blender. Other people know how to do that stuff. And so, you know, they did it for their levels, but there wasn't time for them to also do a whole lot of extra stuff for me. Like there's some stuff like I got, you know, mono shrooms and the eyeballs and stuff like that. But for other things, I just, you know, I needed to, the game wouldn't have gotten made if it weren't for using a mix of open source stuff, licensed stuff, and free stuff. But the big goal was to try and use things in a way that it didn't feel too asset flippy. And I think we did a pretty good job. When you're playing it, between the character art, the music, the actual level design itself, like it doesn't scream asset flip at all. I think some of the early versions of levels definitely did, but later on, not so much. And then let's find the last friend here. Some of you might know where this is. So here's, yeah, Vinetoad Kingdom, like Bark did put a lot of work into like making the houses and mushrooms. I was trying to push like asset packs on Bark. I was like, yo, bro, check it out. Here's an asset pack. You could use this in Vinetoad Kingdom. You know, knock yourself out. And Bark kind of just, Bark wanted to do it all himself, which I think is great. Like, I mean, there are a few prefab things like in here, but for the most part, most of the things Bark did 100% on his own, which again, that's the difference between, you know, not saying that it's good or bad, but that's the difference between like being able to focus on one or two zones that are like yours and you can own them and you make everything from scratch versus making like 4 or 5 areas and just needing to put them together and knowing what your skills are and what your skills aren't. And like, that's the thing, is I knew if I'm going to make levels, I need to use other people's assets because I can't make them myself and we don't have time for other people to make them for me. But yeah, that's why I love like Jackal's Zone, Zenny's Zone, Bark's Zone, is they have just like so much detail in such a small space, and like you can explore them. They don't have to be massive, and you can still explore them. Yeah, the tavern is here. Originally there was no teleport marker, and I didn't even, the first time I played it, I was like, where's the tavern? You know, I didn't, and it's actually right there. But I was like, you know, I didn't realize you just were going to walk into the door. So like we went through and did some things to like, you know, make it a little bit more apparent. Originally, that's the thing too. If you watch the trailer for the game, like, especially if you look from here, right? This is like the look of the finished Vinetoad Kingdom. And I'm sorry, Bark, I painted textures. This was all one texture before. I felt like it needed depth. I'm sorry. I ruined your beautiful landscape. But the friend here is up here. See, he gets around. He's everywhere. Except the desert, I guess. But let me pull up that trailer there. Let me pause this really quick. And shout outs to Zenny for making the trailer and not getting too angry at me when I told him his first version needed changes. And we re-recorded some footage. Some stuff I'm gonna point out some stuff in the trailer that was massively changed. This is the same except that Vinny isn't here. That's the only thing that changed in this shot. Because I had the forest done for like weeks at this point, or mostly done, in terms of just look and layout. You can see one of our original placeholder emotes here, the Kappa emote, and also the lighting and environment of the desert was like completely different at this point. There was a point in time where we went over every zone and we redid like the lighting color, how the sun looked, the environment aspect. Yeah, no shrooms in the back. So you can see this is the lava bridge in the cave. That was, I mean, these are pretty accurate to how they actually looked in the final game. The beach is missing stuff. There's no boombox, like the NPCs aren't there and stuff like that. So you can see this version of Vine Toad Kingdom. There's stuff that hadn't been placed. Not all of the buildings had been finished off yet, and like the original textures are still there. You can see this was, I think, right after the castle was added. And you can see like there are houses that aren't here and like some other stuff. So like we were making the trailer. Actually, we changed the trailer date. We thought it was, we had a week longer before we had to show the trailer, but that wasn't the case. That date changed. But yeah, you can see like in that amount of time, like the polish of just like adding more plants in, finishing out the houses, like, you know, making these little areas like, you know, look like little areas and stuff like that. Yeah, it was intentional. So the first version of the trailer, actually, maybe I can find it. The first version of the trailer. Oh, the thing is let me see if I can find it here. Zenny, if you're watching this, I apologize that I'm showing the first version of the trailer. Okay, that was the one we redid. Sorry, give me a second to find it. Yeah, it's not that one. It's not that one. Just so you know, our Discord channel ended up having I think 10 or 12 times more messages than the next busiest Discord channel in the server. I think we got up to, I think we're at like 50,000 messages. 48,000 of those are from Nary. Just kidding. It was definitely the most active channel on the server by an incredible amount. Here it is. It's much longer too. Give me 1 second. I can show you guys main scene if you want. So this is the main scene. Let me disable some stuff here. Disable me after making inclusion. No, I just want to get rid of the UI. Oh wait, main scene won't actually have the scenes loaded into it. I'm dumb. Never mind. Where am I? I have to actually run it to show it. Oh no. Discord, please. You just drag and drop them into hierarchy? Really? That works? Watch this crash the fucking my computer. Maybe I should have done it one at a time. Oh, no. Ooh, oh, the frames. Lord help me, Jesus. Oh yeah, this did end up looking a lot different than maybe I should turn off lighting. Maybe I should turn off animated materials and post-processing and particles. Oh yeah, so you were able to layer stuff more. Originally they were all kind of spread out on a flat plane. Oh my god. Unity, please stop moving. So you can see some of the largest offenders of taking up too much space were our water things, like the ocean and OC, which even you can still see the edges of it. I did my best to make it smaller, but make it so you can't see the edges. The water in the vape zone. Okay, we're going over here now, I guess. Some of the zones that like feel like they're big ended up being actually like footprint wise are much smaller than you'd think. There's the desert. Yeah, like the cave is actually pretty small. The forest is actually pretty small. The crossroads is huge because of the clouds. Yeah, frames. So that's basically what this is what the server is doing. The server kind of puts all of these together and it's not rendering anything, but it's keeping track of like the different pathing. Like if I turn on gizmos here, and I turn on like say wireframe mode, you can see like all the NPC routes are like highlighted in yellow for the different moving NPCs and stuff like that, which is really cool. And they're like bounding boxes for like occlusion and for other stuff. But yeah, that's like this is the whole world as the server sees it and stuff like that. Hold on, I got that original trailer here for y'all to peep. So one of the big things on the trailer is that it first got made, and there were a couple of things that both me and Nary didn't like because we didn't think they were going to be in the trailer, and that we didn't want to spoil. You'll see some of it. So when you jump out of bounds anywhere, you're basically in this scene, but without any of the other scenes rendering. And at the bottom of this entire thing is a teleport plane to send you to the dev room. Spoilers. Hope Vinny isn't still watching. He shouldn't anyways. He has better shit to do. It's okay. People would spoil it in chat anyways. Well, now you know so you don't miss it. How about that? Because it is missable, I guess. Please click off to my stream. So the original trailer, we had a lot more of these like slow pans through areas. The big thing was it spoiled the vaporwave zone. And we kind of wanted to keep the vaporwave thing secret. Yo, Desert, thanks for the raid. I appreciate that. If Desert's rating me, that means I need to stop streaming soon because I've been streaming too long. Thanks for the raid though, Desert. There's spoilers. I'm talking about the game. I'm wrapping up now. This is going on 4 hours now, but I'm just kind of showing some of the stuff in engine, and I'm showing like the early trailer and stuff like that. And I'll upload if you want. You can watch the VOD where I talk all about how the game was made. But one of the big things you'll notice is the walking animation is actually like, it was basically a placeholder NPC animation. And it looked really cringy versus, the Toad running animation. This shot stayed the same. And this shot stayed the same. Yeah, thanks, Kane. Did that have the original logo? I think that was before we finished. Yeah, so this is before we finished the logo, and we still hadn't decided on a name. This was a very crusty logo. I think the one that we ended up with is much better. Yeah, so this was, a day's turnaround, and basically I went through and I recorded new footage. Because again, that was one of the things where I'm talking about, like, tools we could have had. If we had camera tools set up ahead of time, then we could have much easier like made a trailer that looked really cool and cinematic. So this is the actual trailer, which some of the big things you'll see has the actual font in it. Yeah, we had camera tools, we just didn't know how to use them. So it's shorter, it's like 20 seconds shorter, and the cuts are much faster. We still kept some of these walking ones in, but for a lot of the other regions, like, we wanted to show like running, you could actually run around and not just like, stank leg your way through the zones and stuff like that. And the idea of like just focusing on the vine toad and like not giving too much of the areas away and just cutting and keeping it a little bit shorter and to the point. And again, trying not to spoil some of the things that we had planned. Which again, it's one of those things where I almost feel like I'm glad me and Jackal get along. Otherwise, it might seem like I was trying to, push her stuff to the background. But it was more that it was so cool that I wanted people to like, see her, find her stuff as almost a secret, or like, find it on their own and not and have it be like, wow, this is totally different. But yeah, and it's a separate theme in a lot of ways too. Everything else is very fantasy, and then suddenly you have Vaporwave Zone. And then we put it on the title, yeah. And that's the funny thing is actually if you look at the version, we did make a version that didn't have it, and that's not the version that got used. But it's okay. Anyways, that's pretty much all I've got to talk about and go through and show are the zones and like all the other stuff that I did. And, just how the general production worked and stuff like that. I have a few closing things I want to mention, and I'll answer some questions. My fucking ass is killing me. The one thing I highly recommend for people who are inspired at all by this game, keep in mind, like, again, this was like 5 months of planning, like 2.5 months of execution. Well, no, it was like 2 months of planning and like 2.5 months of execution. None of us had very much experience with Unity. None of us had very much experience making a full or complete game or a walking simulator. I mean, Jackal had made fan games and some mods. Like, a lot of it was playing to our strengths, and that's the thing. If you're considering downloading Unity and making a little game, which I highly suggest you do because it's a lot of fun and it's something that can fill up your time, and you'll learn a lot of new skills when you do it. Is play to your strengths. If you know you can do some things well, start whatever project you want to start based around that. Like, if you know you're really good at drawing 2D characters, make a little walking sim game where you walk around and talk to 2D characters, and you don't have to make complicated levels or environments. You can just have a lot of different little characters to interact with or something like that. If your strength, like for me, I felt like my strength was level design, even though I wouldn't even call it a strength. My strength is placing prefabs, and build some worlds and like make some simple mechanics to run around. Finding like a style of game. Like, don't jump into Unity and be like, I have to make a horror game, or I have to make a collectathon, or I have to make this type of game or something like that. um You'll probably end up catching yourself up. Doing the walking type simulator type thing is good for like a first game, because especially if you don't know how to code, because it has very simple mechanics. um Work with others if you have friends that you can get to help you out with things. And even if it's just a couple of little things, like working with other people is a great way to help build out your skill set and like fill those gaps. And think about how to spend your time, and realize again that like um it's a learning experience. Every time you do something, it should be a learning experience. If it's not, if you feel like you know everything, you're probably doing something wrong, because you'll never know anything no matter what it is that you do in your entire life. Like, you'll never be perfect at anything. Sorry to break the news to you, but you should always be trying to treat these experiences as like learning experiences. And don't be afraid. My other thing is, don't be afraid to use free assets or buy packages. Like, if you don't know how to code and you want like a controller asset that helps you set up your controls and options screen, or like a highlight thing, like, don't feel like people are going to judge you or say your game is shit just because you use that stuff. Like, it'll help you learn, and it'll help you learn like what the difference between a good asset or utility is and a bad one. um so I highly encourage you, even if it's just modding, maybe not making a game from scratch, like, it's worth trying out. It's a fun thing to do with your free time. um and let's see. Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and crash Unity here. Why did music just start playing? Oh, I clicked the sound thing, that's why. Wrong button. Oof. um so a few things, like what could have been added and what couldn't have been when it comes to the game. Like, we talked about chat and names and communication. I think it would be a more accessible game if some of those things were in, even if it was like simple like commands, like you do a thing and it says like follow me above your head or something like that. Maybe you don't actually type in chat. I think it would have added more lasting appeal, but it also would, yeah, it would have ruined the game. Even not for streaming, like, we can't moderate chat in a game like this. We can't like, there were a lot of things like, yeah, I think that we could have done something with some simple, because emotes are fine, but like trying to communicate like follow me to someone, or like check this out, or like things like that, I think we could have had something. Um, I have gameplay written with quotations around it. Um, we could have had more mechanics to the game. We could have had you collect monsters and battle them. You could have had emote battles. You could have, had the battle royale meal battle royale battle royale mode, stuff like that. But we had to focus on what we could actually do and what we could actually accomplish. Um, it could have had more game elements, but for a walking simulator, quote unquote walking simulator, egg like, I think we actually did put quite a few game like mechanics in it between the collections, the unlocks, the actions and abilities, and like the progression that is actually there. Will this be approved on, or will there? I have no idea what's going to happen next year. I kind of doubt we would do something this big. I have no clue if we'd add on to this or change it. To be honest, I think it would be if we were to propose doing another game next year or whatever. I think it would be far better to start from the ground up with a new foundation, knowing what we know now and using some of what we have. I don't know if there's going to be a game next year. I honestly can't even say. Next year, yeah, people probably, a lot of the reason that we were able to get this done was because a lot of people didn't have to go to work, or they lost their jobs, as fucking terrible as that was. Not everyone can commit full time to working on a project like this. That being said, though, if we know what we're trying to do and we kick it off, earlier in advance, instead of starting to build levels with 2.5 months to go, if we start doing that with 5 months or 6 months to go, maybe we can do more. But in its current state, it's not hard to add new regions to this. But I wouldn't what Neri said, I wouldn't straight up reuse this because there's some stuff in there that we was really kludged together to make sure it would work. And yeah, we were all learning as we went. In terms of like what could have been added, the original community game idea of having like assets submitted by the community, I think was really cool. And I think there's a way to try and do that, but I don't really know if that's something we'll do in the future. It would be cool. But there's so many variables that go into that make it a little difficult to do. Like someone sends in 100,000 poly model and someone else sends in a 200 poly model, and it's like, oh, okay, well, how do I make these work together? And then another big thing is like the idea of doing quests versus freeform exploration. I think that it might have been cool to have a little bit more coherence in the storytelling and have quests that sent you between different realms to do different things. But that would have required a lot more planning ahead of time that we didn't have. The game really doesn't have much of a story other than what the characters present to you and what you pick up. I have like my own headcanon that I told you about, like it's really the friend is behind it all. And like he's the one who broke the worlds apart, and like that's why he's everywhere, but he's not cardboard, and there's like clones of him and stuff like that. There's dumb stuff like that, but like, that's something that maybe we could have approached in a different way that made it feel a little bit more coherent. But I don't think a walking simulator / egg like needs to be coherent. You didn't know the frog would say any story like that. Yeah, I mean I wrote a lot of the dialogue that I felt like was very story appropriate. Like I wrote the Crossroads frog dialogue. I wrote a lot of the sales shroom dialogues. There were certain places where I was like, this needs to have some setting applied to it, so I'm gonna write the dialogue for it. You wanted him to be an asshole. And then battle royale would have been great to have. I let one of my friends play this game, and he mainly plays FPS games, and he was like, yo, this game has better maps than like Ravenfield. Like you should can you turn this into a shooter after the project is done? Like, this would be a great FPS map. And I was like, yeah, sure, dude. Yeah, that, I mean, it would be fun to have a mode like that. Which map did he think would be a good FPS map? The desert and the Vine Toad Kingdom and Um, the Vapor Zone, I think. Forest. Um, but yeah, some other things I wish we could have done is uh, we ended up having the dialogue skip, which I think was better. I think it would have been pretty cool if we had the time to implement a cinematic camera for dialogue where when you start talking to an NPC, like it pulls behind your character. Like Neri made a really good screenshot. Um, Let me pull it up here. If I still have it, which I probably don't. Like this screenshot. God damn it. Windows, you fuck. What just happened? What did I do? Oh, there we go. Like this picture is a good example of like adjusting the camera to make the dialogue more. If it kept happening, yeah, it would be annoying. But like if it cut to this in a quick, smooth manner and maybe like, you know, cropped the aspect ratio a little bit or like did something like I know Persona, I've never played Persona, I've seen it though, but like Persona has a lot of really cool UI shit going on. You know, having something stylized that like cut off parts of the screen and then put like, you know, that's where our text was so it was always readable, would have been really cool. But that's like, yeah, they're first off, yeah, 200 something NPCs, almost 200 NPCs. That's a lot of going in and out of a cinematic camera. It would have also been really cool to have like a player camera mode where the other thing is you have to check and make sure all your levels, like the camera isn't going to clip geometry, that it's going to fit, that you're going to be able to see your avatar and the character, that the avatars are the right size. Like there are lots of little small things. It would have been really cool to have a camera mode, kind of like Animal Crossing has. A lot of games have them. But a camera mode where like that was usable in game, where like players could take the camera and move it around and apply like filters like depth of field or like color correction and stuff like that. I think that would have been a really cool thing to add because people would have really enjoyed, I think, taking screenshots and uploading them, and it would have been really helpful for um I mean, we had good social media presence and drive, I would say, but it would have been, I think it would have kept some people, there would be some people who would just keep playing the game just to take cool pictures. If we had added like a functional camera mode or something like that. Um Last but not least, some of the things I probably would have done different if I had known what I know now. I would have joined the project earlier with the intent fully of just doing organization and production and project management. If I had joined from the very start, there's a chance like I wouldn't have needed to make a bunch of levels and stuff like that, you know, and I could have just focused on keeping everyone organized. And you know, part of that is just because I had other stuff that I was working on, and part of it was, you know, I didn't feel like I needed to check everything that was going on at all times in this server. And I don't want to say that in a way where it's like, oh, I had to come in and fix something. Like there was nothing wrong. It was just that I saw that there wasn't going to be, the organization wasn't in place to make the game happen at the point that you know, we started to like really kick it off. And you know, that's a common thing to have happen when you have like volunteer work and stuff like that, where you spend a lot of time just brainstorming and thinking of ideas, and everyone's busy with their lives and work and doing their thing, and then they realize, oh shit, we only have a month or two before we have to get this thing done. Let's like work as fast as we can to get it done. And yeah, we did crunch a little bit, and it was a little tough because of that. But and you know, we probably still would have crunched a little bit even if we had a couple more months, because we would have been adding more features or more levels or things like that. I think another thing I would have done different in retrospect is we probably should have started with collab from the beginning. I know everyone kind of hates collab because it runs like shit, but I think that us being able to see what other people were working on earlier on would have led to more inspiration and probably more drive from different people to make different stuff that they were working on or try new ideas or things like that. For a lot of us, like we were posting screenshots and stuff, but the first time we actually like walked around in other people's levels was like, a month before we were planning, a month before the event. And even then, like they were very unfinished at that time. Um, Another thing I would have done different was try and spread the coding workload. I know that there were other people that had coding experience besides Neri, but the I wish I hadn't put so much on Neri's shoulders. Because but I mean he pulled it off, and like I knew early on that he'd be able to pull it off. He just needed direction, and he needed people to he needed to be told what was going to be in the game, pretty much, because he was working on stuff, but there wasn't, we didn't know what was going to be in the game yet, and what systems needed to be implemented and stuff like that. But I don't like doing that when it comes to managing any project, whether it's game dev or the stuff I do in my normal work. I don't like putting like almost everything on one person. I'm okay with putting everything on myself. I'm not okay as a manager or as a project leader or an organizer or whatever. I'm not okay with doing it to another person. I'll gladly shoulder the burden myself. And that's the thing, is Neri's the type of person who would do the same thing. So it worked out, I guess, right? Let me put this back on. Hold on. But yeah, Neri, like, and he helped me organize things that I didn't even think about in terms of some of the tech and coding stuff that needed to get done. But I wish I could have spreaded that load out a little bit more. But it just, by the time we were at the point where I was thinking about that, it was like Neri, it was already too developed to get someone else in there unless they were going to be able to do it full time. And that's the thing, is the only other people that had really any coding experience on the team at the time that were available weren't actually available because they were making levels, and we needed the levels to get made too. So it ended up falling all on Neri. Another thing I would have done different is having better tools for people both in and out of Unity, like I talked about earlier. Having a tool where we could have given it to our like dialogue people, and they could have, tested out and seen like the pacing of their syntax. Even something where they could have like assigned the character model and stuff like that, and like it exported a file that we could bring into Unity. But that's requires someone completely different to like develop something like that. You would have asked if yeah, that's the thing, is I didn't even think about it until after the fact. I know it wouldn't have been that hard to make if I had thought about it, but it's one of those things where, you don't realize it until you need it. Like, oh man, this would have been nice to have. And I think another thing I would have done different is I would have spent more time early on finding useful and quality assets and utilities for us to use. Because what happened when I jumped into the project, I kind of just grabbed every free asset on itch.io that kind of fit within the realm of fantasy and put it together and gave it to people, and were like, just make something. I didn't organize any of it. There was a lot of unnecessary shit in there. There was like, it was a huge mistake for me to do that. And I think if I had just taken the time to find things that all fit together well, that's the thing, is nothing really came out looking out of place that much. But if I had spent more time, I think it would have made it easier for some of the other level designers. The last thing I want to mention is speedruns. I'm pretty much done now. I'm going to answer some questions. I've done one speed run. I'll probably do one on stream at some point. Yeah, Cyborn, are you this person on with the 20? I didn't watch this one with the. Oh no, I did with the 20 minutes and 12 seconds. I did my own. I did 2 speed runs. I did one during the during development, which I didn't record during the QA phase, which was like, because that was when we first got in all of the emotes and all of the assets, and like it was actually kind of playable and you could get everything. And I did that. That was about 51 minutes, but I was doing other stuff and I was like taking notes for testing and stuff like that. My first speed run that I did actually trying to do it was 27 minutes and 48 seconds. And you have to keep in mind that I know where everything is because like I put most of it there. I think it's amazing that someone already could do it better than me. I want to show you bits and pieces. This is Cyboran or JXK46. Go follow them. I think you, whoever you are, you have more subscribers on YouTube than I do anyways, so who cares? I'm stealing your content. A lot of it is figuring out the tech of hold on, where's my other tab here? Figuring out the tech of how to talk to. First off, I like your high FOV strats. I think that's a good idea. If you turn your FOV up, then it looks like you're moving faster. Another hot speedrunning tip is you move faster when you jump, so you should constantly be jumping. Most of the early parts of this speedrun are pretty normal. You can take it, you can use the respawn mechanic very effectively and return to crossroads very effectively in speedrunning the game. The thing I want to get to though, because most of this is pretty normal-ish in terms of a speedrun. The cool thing was I like that people found some of my out of bounds shit that I didn't end up fixing. The cool parts, like I knew people were gonna do this shit. The forest, I was like, yeah, people are gonna run all over the place. Let me get to the swamp, because the swamp is when it starts to get cool. So that's the thing, Cyboran. I already submitted a run to speedrun.com to try and get the category and be admin. There's going to be a multiplayer and a single player category, because if you play single player, the NPCs will always be in the same place every time. If you play multiplayer, they're going to be wherever they are on the server. So there are definitely going to be different categories. I think there should be a dev % category too, which is the fastest to get the meme master emote. And then 100%, which is all emotes and all avatars. And then, I mean, you could do an all emote category, which doesn't get all the avatars. Yeah, multiplayer races would be fun. Okay, so we're in the swamp, or we're in the caves here. I remember you get like 2 things and then you go back to the crossroads. And I saw that and I was like, why the fuck would you do that? That seems weird. I'm gonna increase playback speed to make the speedrun even speedier. Whee! So the swamp is when things got really interesting, because like my routing has basically just been like what order to do the areas in. It didn't really have much to do with like, oh, what's the best way to get between all the points? Because I tried very hard as like a level designer in a lot of the levels to spread out the collectibles so that you kind of had to visit every area. So like you couldn't really skip too much stuff. Like this is a pretty easy skip right here, where you just go over the geometry there. Nice abuse of like some NPCs having much larger. Okay, this is where it gets good. So from the roof, going through where I forgot to put a block, jumping onto the invisible block that's there, and getting over here. to get the these emotes. It's interesting you go this way. There used to be more colliders over here. I'm wondering if you were trying to get on top of the swamp one there and then jump across, but a lot of these mushrooms don't have collision. And there's like a big central block in the middle of this whole pond area. I thought this was really cool. I did not even expect this. And it almost makes me want to go back into the level and make a more intentional path using the mushrooms, but it's kind of cool that someone just found this on their own. It's actually extremely cool that someone found this on their own. Because I always expected, yeah, you have to go out and to the coast and around, because I intentionally blocked that area. But there are definitely places where you could cut some of the time. Also, I don't know why it appeared still. It's like you went so fast that it didn't disappear from the first cycle. So yeah, there's some cool skips in the swamp. I want to show you guys the cave though. Because the cave... Okay, so they already have speed up at this point. So they go through, get the meme dungeon ones, go back through. Remember, they already got the ones at the very entrance. They get the one from Dorb. So they got to go up through here and they got to get the centipede room one. But they're not going to do that. Huh, that's weird. Why wouldn't they do that? Okay, I guess they have to go back and get these two anyway. So teleport back. Get that. Here's where shit gets real. Maybe I should slow it down now. Hold on. This is my awesome level design skills at work. So jump up is unlocked at this point. So for the final emotes, I left a little gap there. Just no reason. I just didn't fill it in. And you can completely out of bounds get over to where the centipede room is. You get the friend. Go over here, get this one. Get the V-dub one.
Yeah.
And then you can get out again right there where they got in. And you can just go through here. Totally unintentional. Gotta get the Bungie and Bungie in the last avatar. This is cool too. I love this jump. Look at this. Just jump over that entire thing. This I did not understand what you were doing at first. And then when I figured it out, I was like, oh, wow, that makes a lot of sense. And there you go. There's the fall. It actually makes sense too, because I think the cave has a shorter fall to the dev room. And that's it. Sorry for stealing your content there, Cyborn, but you guys should speedrun this game, because it's actually pretty cool to speedrun, I think. You should, and follow them on YouTube. Anyways, I mean, I still have other stuff I could show, like early builds and stuff like that. I think I'm probably gonna save it for another time, to be honest, because I've been talking for 4.5 hours now, and I need to eat some dinner, and my voice is hurting. And I appreciate you guys for sticking around and watching. I'm gonna upload this to YouTube as well, and you guys can check it out there if you want. And yeah, now that I have free time, I'll probably be streaming more again. This isn't like my one monthly stream. So I'd answer questions, but again, it's like now's a good time for me to take a break. Anyways, Thanks for hanging out, you guys. I'll catch you later. Let me go ahead and do the thing that I need to do here really quick. And yeah, that's it. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll catch you guys later. Peace out.